Greetings, salutation to everybody listening to me. This is your boy TM speaking, and I'm trying to speak to everybody with conscience listening to me right now from the For You page, from all corners of the world. I just have a little discussion. It's not going to be a long life, so if you are seeing this and you are an African and Africa is really dear to your heart, this live stream is actually really for you. You could be African diaspora, but it is actually really for you. So I just want to have a very small conversation because oftentimes, Brian, I see you in the comment section. I'm not going to be long. It's just going to be like 2 hours because I did a video about this and I'm trying to find out like what's going on. It is 2025. Do we blame white people for the problems of Africa? I need to hear the voice of the people. I know most Africans, especially those who have traveled outside Africa, are not interested in the affairs of Africa. They shy away and they want to talk about Black American and America and all stuff. But I know I'm going to get some good people right here to share, knowledge with me of what they think, like you see on the screen. User, I picked you up, but it looks like your network is whining. Brian, I see you. So you see, these people you see on the screen actually planned a coup against Malian government. And with the help of the Russian and the Malian, they were able to detect and disengage these people for trying to actually stage a coup against this Malian government. And now, the name you see over here might not be too visible, but when you go to my page, you'll be able to see it clearly. So all these faces you see are all Africans. They are lieutenants, they are captains, they are police people, and these actually all work for the government. And there's just one, French spy who were able to orchestrate a coup with all these military leaders of Assimi Goïta. And I updated a new video, and the new video is about Assimi Goïta's friend. Guys, this is so serious. Assimi Goïta's friend, who they have fought battles together, they have fought shoulder to shoulder against neocolonialism, and his friend, as is his childhood friend and his best friend, is part of the people. This is called Dambela, part of the people who actually are wanting to stage a coup behind him. Now the question will be, who do we blame for this? Do you blame the French spy, or do you blame the African, or do you blame the so-called person who called himself a friend? And you see, we witness Gaddafi. We witness Patrice Lumumba. We witness who else? Almost all our African leaders. Those who actually betrayed them came from the inside. And it looks like we are not really learning from history. And if we don't learn from history, it is actually really going to repeat itself over and over and over and over again. We know the attempt on the Ibrahim Traore's life. You understand? And now it is Mali. And then Amazonia. So I just want to ask to my fellow Africans, especially those who like to shout Pan-Africanism, unity. What is your take on this? Oh, you're not interested because you don't see Black American. No, this is African page. This is really an African page. I know you're feeling guilty right now because you just keep popping in and keep going out because you see African topic. This is an African page. So we keep saying that, blame the white man. But you see all these people you see, they are colonels, they are lieutenants, they are captains, they are whatever. And these are people who work for the government. So now my question will be, what can the African leaders do to make sure that there will not be infiltrations or people who are working for them plan to really overthrow them? This is a problem we are facing in Africa right now. If you haven't seen the video, if you're a Ghanaian, you're a Nigerian, you see those videos, you just go past it. Man, you can't do that. You cannot really do that. So like you see on the screen, not all skin folks are kin folks. Not because you are the same skin color with me. Brian, thank you so much for tapping on the screen. You are doing an amazing job, bro. I really appreciate you. I don't even know why, even just this 9 people, you are the only person tapping on the screen. You know what it is. So why do Africans actually do this? And probably these are people who will be talking about African unity, but inside their mind, they have a plot against you. They are really plotting against you, but they look like you. I keep telling you that the colonizer will come in the form of an investor this time around. Thank you, Yabenzi. I see you tapping on the screen. I appreciate you. Today, I'm not doing Ghana, Nigeria. So if you want to do Ghana, Nigeria, stay out of this panel. I really want to discuss this. Unless you want to speak on this topic. I'm just going to be here for like 1 hour. I'm here to boost my live stream. I'm here to boost my videos because I see a lot of you are not engaging in the videos. I get so many views and a lot of you are not engaging. I want this to go out there to the world. You liking, you reposting, you watching to the end, you commenting actually helps. We are here all the time blaming TikTok. Please stop blaming TikTok. It's a black man thing. It's a black man thing. Black man, black sense. So, son of the soil. I see son of the soil. I see Africa debunk. I see Pan-African, but they all come here and then they just keep scrolling. So I don't really understand the Africa Unite and the Pan-African we try to talk about. So basically, do we blame the white man for this? Because there was just one white man. There was just one white man who tried to orchestrate this coup against the Malian government. And this is not really a new thing because we've been seeing this over and over and over and over again. And history keep repeating itself. And it's always be your own people. It's always your own people. It's always your own people. It's always your own people. And what the African diaspora says a lot that get me is say that, oh, divide, rule, and conquer. The white man. What about these black folks? One white person to allow you to infiltrate and take my brother down, but you said I shouldn't talk about you. You were actually trying to unalive me. Physically, you doing it. But you said, oh, this is divide, rule, and conquer. White man. When are you guys going to give the white man a break? When are you guys going to open up? Jesus, and we keep blaming the devil every time, but we don't hold ourselves accountable. If Assimi Goita's childhood friend, best friend, who has fought shoulder to shoulder against neocolonialism and this imperialist for a long time ago, like what will make him actually change his mind and side with the whitey man and want to actually unalive a brother? Fellow Africans, like, are we okay? Are we really okay in our hearts? Are we really okay? We know what happened to Asajifo. We know what happened to Patrice. We know what happened to Gaddafi. We know what happened to all these our great leaders who actually meant really well for us. What happened? Who was the mediator? What happened? Why does this really still keep happening? How many attempts on Ibrahim Traore's life? Who are those people who were arrested? My fellow Africans, you want to keep blaming people for your own predicament? Or you just want to hold people accountable for whatever they are doing? You call me your brother when I really want to actually hold you accountable. You talk about unity. You talk about Pan-African. When you've done something wrong and I want to hold you accountable. When do we actually really address uncomfortable situations like this? When do we do that? Oh, it's the white man. Oh, it's the white man. The white man gave me money and said that I should unalive you, my brother. So I took the money and I tried to unalive you, my brother. You had options. JD, thank you for the likes. I appreciate you, sir. Why did you take the money? Because you had option. It looks as if when it comes to Africa, it is money over loyalty. It is money over like everything. I don't know if you are with me. Maybe I should turn this into a podcast so that nobody comes out, because a lot of you feel guilty and you don't know what to say. And probably most of you just want a toxic topic to really fight about. So I'm just going to talk, and then when I'm tired, I'm just going to log out. But anyone listening to me with conscience, share the live. Maybe somebody will be interested on this kind of topic, because it is long overdue. If the problem of Nigeria is not your concern, or the problem of Togo or Ivory Coast, you say it's not your concern. Or if you see a bear on top of somebody from Togo, and you be like, oh, get out from him. Without saying get out from us, when they get out from that person, it's coming to you. And as everybody is trying to protect their sovereignty, nobody wants to compromise their sovereignty. I need to be able to speak up for my people in Togo, actually fighting so hard for their sovereignty and their right, or their constitutional right. And that is really bravery right there. And I recommend them. And those in the Kenya, I really recommend them. I applaud those in Ghana. I really applaud them for trying to fight for their right. You understand? And this 2025 is the time for uprising. If you are not able to rise in 2025, 2026 will be a doomsday for you. It might not be for you, but for the generations to come, because you didn't put up a fight. So 2025 is the time for uprising. That's why you see a lot of African countries really rising up and fighting for their right and going out and protest at the expense of their life, because they are doing what their ancestors actually did. And this is what I see Ghanaians also really doing it, because that is what our pledge or national anthem really says. But it looks as if there are a lot of people who don't really want to do anything for their country or wherever they belong. And these are the people that these so-called white people use them as infiltrations. So you got to be really careful. That is why I see on the screen, not all skin folks are kin folks. Interpreting not because you look like me means that you are for me. It doesn't say so. Not because you look like me means you are for me. It is never like that. It is never about the skin color. If you forget about history, history will repeat itself. Who betrayed Thomas Sankara? That was a childhood friend. Like, am I the only African who want to hold myself accountable? Am I the only African who wants to hold Africans accountable? Who betrayed Thomas Sankara? Blaise Compaoré. Who was Blaise Compaoré? Blaise Compaoré was a childhood friend of Thomas Sankara. They were all soldiers. They fought hand in hand. And you see, the same thing keep repeating itself. It keeps repeating itself over and over and over and over and over. 2025. Thank you, Brian. 2025, it keeps repeating itself over and over and over and over again. If this hasn't been able to end in 2025, I was really hoping that it was just going to stop with Ibrahim Traore. But now it is in Mali. If you haven't seen the video, and I posted a video about what you call it, Amazonia, and it looks like a lot of you Africans don't even know where it is. It is in South Cameroon. That is why I'm here on this app, because if you're an African, please make sure that everything happening in other African countries matters you. If it doesn't matter to you, you will not know how to solve your issues. That is why this problem happening in Ghana right now, I use Congo as a case study because it has a correlation with the Banyamulenge and the Tutsis and how they actually really alive over there. So you as an African, please don't let only your country be importance or try to find out only just what is happening in your country. Please, no. And there's a proverb in our language that ukotu se obi about you say share no one sense you is with you. But if you don't walk, it says that when you meet somebody's beard burning, you fetch water and you put it beside your own beard. It only interprets that if you actually meet another person's house burning, you need to know what caused it to burn. You learn from it, and then you make sure that it doesn't happen to you. So if you stay very close-minded as to what is happening in only your country, you will not be able to use any country as a case study. So when it is your turn, you will not know how to deal with it. That is why I'm so calm trying to debunk misinformation, because such things are not alien to me. As a person who really deals with a lot of African countries and what is going on in their country, I'm really versed, and I can tell you what is happening in Cameroon. I can tell you what happened in Congo during 1994 G-side. I can tell you what is happening in South Sudan currently. I can tell you what is happening in South Africa. I can tell you what is happening in Kenya. I can tell you to be able to protect my country. So when I see the same thing actually coming up to me, then I know how to handle it. But there's a lot and a whole lot of African countries who don't give a damn. So far as it's not about their country, they don't care. But the same thing that happened to those countries, you think Cameroon just got up and be the way it is? You think Nigeria just got up and be the way it is? You think Kenya just got up and be the way it is? You think Congo be fighting for 30 years just happened just like that? No. I always say this, that the problem of Congo was just actually giving refuge to the Tutsis and the Hutus. You know, when like Ghana gave refuge to the Liberians to come to their country, and later they started selling land and doing all type of, But when it comes to the Hutus and the Tutsis, there's a whole lot. You need to use, every African listening to me have to use Congo as a case study. Please dive through what happened to Congo, why they are having wars for the past 30 plus years, people being unalive. Use Congo as a case study, and you will see that the problem or the mistake that Congo did was just allowing people who were fleeing G-side to give them abode to stay. Banyamulenge who were fleeing, Tutsis and Hutus who were fleeing, the mistake they did was to give them a place of abode. Oh, my African brother, my African sister, lay your head over here. After they lay their head, they want to challenge you and tell you that they belong to that place. Banyamulenge, if you go deep down to my videos, you see me talking about Banyamulenge. And the Banyamulenge issue, it is just like the Igbos issue. So I understand this so well. So when I see my fellow Ghanaians going helter-skelter, I just laugh because I know the trend. And I know how to interact with such to make sure that I can defend my country. The Bayamulenges issue is just like the Fulani, it's just like the Igbos who want a refuge because they say they are marginalized. Today, when you see the Bayamulenges and the Bayamulenges are telling you they are indigenous Congolese, I'm sure maybe these things that I'm saying, some of you are hearing it for the first time. But pick your pen and paper. I'm not talking trash. It is very important. Forget about whoever is not on the panel, because what I'm talking about, a lot of Africans are not interested. They want to hear coca, so they can dive into it. This is a moment of teaching, so just study. So the Bayamulenges, the Tutsis and the Hutus, who were fleeing the 1994 genocide from Rwanda, Congo gave them a place. And the Hutus and the Tutsis in Rwanda is just like, I would say, like the Igbos and the Yoruba or the other tribes. There's a lot of tribal bigotry. And back then in Rwanda, they have Tutsis, Hutus, and the Twas. They have just 3 tribes in Rwanda. Yes. This is a history lesson. You can fact check me. They have the Hutus, the Tutus, the Tutsis, and the Twa. Okay? And these 3 tribes actually have a lot of fight. Just because of the colonial, person who came and just classified them Tutsis with slim nose, this, you are this, you are upper, you are this, you are that. So, they made them for themselves, and there was G-side, and then they couldn't stand. It is just like Nigeria, and I use that as a case study always. And then they fled. They were fleeing for their life, and Congo gave them abode. Oh, settle in Mulenge. Mulenge is a mountain in Congo. Mulenge is a mountain in Congo. And they gave some of them to settle over there. Oh, just settle yourself because you are trying to be hospitable, Trying to be, just because I share the same skin color with you doesn't mean that you're my brother. The faster we understand this, the better we will save our children, especially our women and our children. And they gave them a place called Mulenge to actually really settle. And these people named themselves Bayamulenge, but these people are Bayarwanda. And you cannot tell me that white South Africans are Africans. That's why I keep giving this education over here. White South Africans are South Africans by nationality, but they are not Africans. They are South Africans by nationality, but they are not Africans. To become an African or to become an indigene, your ancestry has to come from that place. But when you ask these Afrikaners or South African, white South African, they will tell you their ancestry comes from German, comes from Europe. So basically, it is just their nationality. So this Bayamulenge is actually settled in a place called Mulenge, which is a mountain in Congo. And then they started calling themselves Bayamulenge, but they were Bayarwanda. Rwanda, which means they are from Rwanda or Luanda. That is where their ancestral roots actually really come from. And these Bayamulenges actually speak Kinyarwanda. And Kinyarwanda is a language in Rwanda. So Congo has almost about 450 tribes. I know you're surprised. Yes, I'm a Ghanaian, but I study all African countries. 450 tribes. And none of them speak Kinyarwanda, because Kinyarwanda, as you hear, comes from Rwanda. And then these people were given Mulenge as a mountain. It's a mountain. They started calling themselves Kinyarwanda. And then Kabila or whoever actually gave them citizenship and then registered them, and they were able to live in Congo. And now they started fighting for power. So you see what is happening in Ghana right now? Relate to it. That's why I'm using Congo as a case study. So if these Igbos were actually given an abode, do Igbo village, do Igbo that, give them citizenship and all that, we will be gone. And this Kinyarwanda thing happened long time ago. They went to Congo as traders, like shoemakers, traders, and that is how they settled. And we shouldn't mistake ourselves from somebody being indigenous and being native, you know. We still have to learn. Like they say, education has no end. We have to just keep learning. My network is going to be bad in the few seconds. But if it get bad, I will just come back real quick. And these people are saying that they are marginalized. They say Congolese have marginalized them. And you see, when Ramaphosa went to the White House, they slapped on the newspaper. They say, what you call it? What did they say? They said tribalism in Congo. Congo don't have no tribalism. Congolese are the nicest people that you will ever see. Congolese are so nice. But it is just this one tribe who keeps saying that they are marginalized. Like some of the Igbos are saying they are marginalized. They are saying that they are not in power, they are not in government, they are not in this, they are not in that. But then when you check the Banyamulengis, especially those in the military, most of them are in Banyamulengis. I would say Banyarwanda in High Commission. Can you guys hear me? Is my network still good? Is my network still good? Brian, you can respond if my network is still good. Just give me a yes or yeah, Benzi, if you can still hear me. Okay, good. Thank you, AJ. Oh, AJ in the house. I see you. So, to all the Ghanaians really listening to me, please listen well. And this Bayamulenges, probably you've not heard it before, are saying that they are marginalized. So, there comes M23. And M23 are actually Kagame's people. Kagame's people. And for a very long time, they have been denying that M23 is not being backed by Rwanda. But we've seen the soldiers, we've seen the CCTVs. Yo, man, we are not on this app to play. We are on serious African issues, you know? And we've seen a lot. And now that America really came in, Rwanda has actually accepted that they backed M23. But the question is, why are they not in prison? Or why is Kagame not in court or not in prison? So they backed these people, and M23 used Bayamulenge as an excuse by saying that they are marginalized. So they are going to Congo to fight for Bayamulenges. Now listen, Bayamulenge is part of Tutsi ethnic group, and Tutsi ethnic group are very large, like the Fulanis, you know, like they are nomadics, you know, like they are nomadic people that they move from places to places and places to places. They are large. They don't call themselves a tribe. They call themselves an ethnic group, and every ethnic group is so large. So you have those ethnic groups who are, when we were doing actually the Congolese issue, you find some Kenyan people who will come up and defend the Bayamulenges because that is their ethnic group. You will find, even Fulani will not tell you that it's a tribe. Fulani is an ethnic group. And within the Fulani, they have a whole lot of, you know, separatism. Like we have the Ashantis, we have the Akan, we have the whatever, but them, they don't call themselves as a tribe. So the M23 actually went to Congo saying that their Banyamulengis are marginalized. So, and these Banyamulengis who live in Congo don't pledge allegiance to Congo. They pledge allegiance to Rwanda. They don't save their money in Congo. They don't do any development in Congo. They do everything in Rwanda. So just imagine that Igbo people will come to Ghana and then they will be taking orders from the Nigeria government, and they will be actually building economy of Nigeria government, but not Ghana government, because this is an ethnic group, you know, and this is what the Bayamulenges were actually really doing. So this M23 actually went to Congo, and they said they are going to save Bayamulenges because they are being marginalized. But when you do your research, you see that the Bayamulenges are actually really in government, top officials. But when they come on the screen, the propaganda, and it's like, it's robotic, like the way some of the Igbos, when you ask them a question, you know the next question they are going to ask, you know the next thing they are going to say, it is the same thing, like formatting. Like people have been trained to speak in a certain way. And the Biomalengis will be like, oh, we are marginalized. We don't have the. If you ask them, okay, how are you marginalized? What do you need? They will say, oh, we don't have schools, we don't have this, we don't have that, we are not in government. But there's 450 tribes in Congo. It's not all of them who are in government. You understand? And these are people you gave a place for them to just come and hide themselves. And they unalive your people. So what is happening in Ghana, that's why I use Congo as a case study. Guys, don't pick anybody up. I'm just going to land real quick. So they actually started unaliving the indigenous Congolese. You know, they had their bandits. They have their group who tried as much as possible. They tried to seize lands to add it to them and stuff like that. And they cannot speak any indigenous language in Congo. They speak languages of Rwanda, and it will surprise you. But I know a lot of you don't know about it, because if it is not West Africa, you don't know about it. But I don't stay in West Africa. I go all around the globe. That is why I understand how to fight this Igbo issue. You know? So, yeah, that's what they did. They said, oh, Biomalengis are marginalized, so we are coming. And they went to Congo, and they started unaliving people at the expense of saying that they are coming to save Biomalengis. If you want to save Biomalengis, you would take Biomalengis from Congo and take them to Rwanda. But that's not what they did. They started seizing the lands rich of minerals, using Biomalenge as a pretext. You understand? As an excuse. And Biomalenges, some of them are not really educated. So when they say that we are coming to save you, that's all they think, at the expense of unaliving women, at the expense of raping young girls, at the expense of unaliving pregnant women. And if I tell you how many people who have been unalive in Congo by just saying that we are going to save Biomalengis, who are not being marginalized. And when Congo is in crisis, these people don't even speak for Congo. They speak for Rwanda. And then oftentimes you see Rwandese coming up on the panel and then defending them and speaking like they are Biomalengis. And like, you know, I keep telling you, mostly people who don't live in that country, people who live on social media, who live online, across like in London, in UK, they are the ones who actually cause the problems in these African countries. And then we saw by Rwandese who were coming online. They are in America, they are in UK, they are in all places coming to defend the Biomalengis and speaking with something that they don't even know about. But we had one or two Biomalengis who came up to debunk such. So normally those who live online, who don't live online, like the Igbos, who don't live in Ghana, who live online, just feel they need to talk. So I really understand what is happening really well. You know, I just wanted to give a little bit so some of you will understand the way I am and how I am and how I'm approaching this issue, because I've seen worse than that. And Brian, I know that you have seen so worse, and I did this with you over here for almost about 5 months. We kept on with this. You understand? So it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. At the end of the day, almost every African country, the African mind comes to another African person, you might be digging your own grave. If you don't open, they'll be like, oh, you don't like me. You don't do that. Don't do it. All these African people that you see, they will protect their sovereignty, but they wouldn't expect you to do so. So when you saw Kenya, Uganda, South Africa going to Congo as if they are going to help them, no. Some of them went there to help M23. Uganda went there to help M23. Kenya went there to help M23. South Africa went there to protect their own gold mine. But that is something that a lot of you Africans didn't know about it. You thought they went there to help them. No. Africans are very greedy. Very, very greedy and selfish. Nobody cares about anybody. They just fake. You know? They fake. That's why I say, if you don't really understand and remember history, it will keep repeating itself. That is why when Ramaphosa went to the White House and they showed him a picture of Goma where people were mass buried, and then they said, this is YTG side in South Africa. And it was like, oh, really? I need to look into it. But you sent your soldiers to go to Congo to go and help them fight. showing or meaning that you don't even know what is happening in Congo. And it just shows that they went there to protect their minds over there. So the African neighbor, you guys talk Pan-African, you need Pan-African. Your neighboring countries are even want to colonize you. Your neighboring countries, the countries around you want to finish you. You know, they want to finish you. And then you see, Sylvia, thank you. I don't want anybody to come. I just want to give you guys a little history, and then I'm really tired. I want you guys to engage with the videos that I'm making. Please, it's very important, Ghanaians. If nobody will do Ghanaians, share, repost, like, comment, say something. So, you know, it is just funny. And for Uganda to go to Congo, and then they went to a place called Bunia. Okay, there was a place in Congo called Bunia. So when actually M23 captured Goma, and then they kept capturing places, Uganda went to Bunia. And when they went to Bunia, and this Uganda army general is the son of Museveni. The son of Museveni. That is the president of Uganda. That is Museveni's son. Went to Bunia, and they are also part of the Tutsi ethnic group. The Tutsi ethnic group. And then when the people of Bunia, like community watchdog, wanted to actually defend themselves, this army general gave them 24 hours to lay down their weapons. And laying down their weapons, they wanted the M23 to be able to have a safe passage from Bunia to the other towns so that they keep capturing. He told them that if they don't lay down their weapons, he gives them 24 hours. His father. Sometimes I just want to ask, what's up with Congo? Like, why does somebody, please don't pick anybody up. Don't pick anybody up. Why does somebody actually, like say somebody from Ghana go to Nigeria and take order from Ghana president and do something bad to Nigerians? So we Africans that you see, even people you see on panels, like some of these people, like they just want to prove how intelligent. Nobody cares about you. Nobody really cares about you. That is why your brother, your sister can even do you wrong. Like, and at the end of the day, we just want to blame the white team, man. Accountability is really big for me. It's really big for me. So it is about time a lot of you try to learn what is happening in Nigeria. Look into what is happening in Cameroon. Look into Amazonia. Do you know where Amazonia is? Southeast Cameroon. Do you know where Do you know what is going on in Eswatini? You know about Eswatini? Do you know what is going on in South Africa about the Taiwan Chinese and the America judges who wanted to sue them because China is a friend to South Africa and Taiwan is a friend to America? And like, are you really versed with African issues or just your country issue? Listen, if you are somebody like that, please have an open mind. Try to learn. If you don't know how to do research, that's why you need to follow me, because that is what I do. But a lot of you are so lazy. If the video is not about shaking Nash or talking about something nasty or bad, you cannot even watch a 2-minute video as African. You cannot even stay to watch a 1-minute video to just get a knowledge. You don't. You just don't. You just have to see Nash. You have to see something toxic or some celebrity or some, like, what are we doing as Africans? Like, what are we really doing? And when you find a page where Africans are really discussing African issues, a lot of Africans are not interested because maybe they live in Canada, they live in America, they want to talk about America issues. And then we still sit there and be like, oh, Africa. But we don't see what we're doing. And some of us who want to stay on the right path, we are the ones who get backlash. We are the ones who get tagged. Hey, you are the ones who get tagged. Hey, you are that is the mind of an African. You know how many people who have sent me a message like, you are causing division? And do you know the video they sent me that they say you are causing division? Videos that they are typical African. There are a lot of Africans who want to colonize other Africans. You understand what I'm saying? They want to colonize other Africans. Why didn't Congo get help? Tell me, why didn't even Libya, Gaddafi get help? What happened? Why didn't other African countries really go in to help Libya or go in to help Gaddafi? Because it's each one for himself, God for us all. Unless you are holding somebody accountable, that's when they say, "Oh, we are together, we are one Africa, we are this." That's what they use. You know what I'm saying? This is our problem, my brothers and sisters. This is our. Sometimes people come on panel and they speak. You see that these people is not being honest. They just want to win an argument. They just want to cause chaos. They want to cause frustrations. That's why you see Africans doing propaganda. They don't even stay on topic. That's why I don't go into. I just peep from the windows like, oh, Lord have mercy. But this that we are doing is not even for us. Even this Africa, Pan-African, whatever we are talking about, is never for us. It's for those who are coming before us. So it looks like we are so greedy. We are so engrossing, trying to be smart on TikTok, doing propaganda, like doing that kind of stuff. And even what is happening in Ghana, you see a lot of Africans, they don't even engage. Let me put something about Nigeria and Ghana. It's only Nigeria and Ghana who's going to come on the panel. You don't see Kenya, you don't see Uganda, you don't see all those places. It's only when you talk about them, that's when you see them. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Africans are for themselves. Everybody is trying to protect themselves. Nobody wants to. That is why if you are one person who wants to look out for all the other countries, you become a mugu. You become mumu. Because nobody cares about you. Nobody gives a damn about you. Unless you talk, if I want South Africans here, I know the topic to put. If I want Nigerians here, I know the topic to put. If I want Ghanaians here, I know the topic to put. That should tell you that there's no Ubuntu. There is absolutely no Ubuntu. But the topic that I put that you see all Africans, all black people come here is about something about black Americans. That shows you that Africans are not even interested in African issues. They are interested in America more than Canada, all those places. You understand? That's what they're interested in. That's why I see a lot of Africans, they come here. Some of them have even forgotten their language and they cosplay and they speak like wherever they come from. Like you are the root. You are really the root. People will need to learn from you. You don't need to learn from people. That is why we don't get respect. An African will go to Canada and start speaking like Canadian, start acting like Canadian. And when a Canadian doesn't respect you, you'll be mad because you are the root. You are the root. You have to. People need to learn from you. But for Africans, the copy is too much. We like to copy, easy cosplaying other people. Easily, we throw our culture away, we throw our tradition away, our way of dressing, our way of talking, everything just vanishes. Just because you're in a certain place, like we can't do that. And then when you are not being respected, you're mad. And why are you mad? You don't have to be mad because you're trying to cosplay other people, you're trying to speak like other people. Well, if you are speaking to them, I understand because work, when you don't speak in some type of way, they will not understand. But when you meet Africans, don't speak to me like you are American or you are from Canada or you are from Germany. Don't talk to me like that. And that's a problem. That's really a problem. That's why we don't get respect. That's why you see a lot of black Americans say that you trying to cosplay us because you see our Africans, oh, yeah. What is yeah? We never learned yal in Africa. We do proper literature. You all, them. We do proper literature. I'm not proud to say that we were colonized by, let's say Ghana, colonized by British. I'm not proud of that, but that is where English really comes from. America don't know English. All these people, they don't know English. They just speak the way they want. But when you meet your fellow Africans, please stick with your literature. Speak with your proper English so that the black American or FBA somewhere wouldn't say, oh, you're trying to cosplay as because you're the root. If you don't go with the root and you go learn the leaves, how do you expect the leaves to actually see the root? So I know it comes really hard, but I got to say it. I'm the only person who is going to say it. You listening to me right now from the For You page in the comment section, you know that I'm stating fact. You know that. And you are challenging yourself and with your brain right now, but It's so hard to hear African or to hear people say that because a lot of people want to be liked. They want to be liked by people. So they say things that people like. But one thing about me, I'm not going to say whatever you want to hear. I say what I want to say. You understand? We don't even name our children our local names or speak our language with them. We speak English with them in the house and da 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 da. And you have foreigners go to your country, they are learning your own language. So tomorrow when you are not there, your children will go back to your country. The culture needs to be updated because you traveled. That is the mind of an African. An African will throw whatever they know away. That's why we stop using this neem tree that we use to brush our teeth. We throw a lot of things away. But those of you who have really traveled have seen that those things that you threw away is very expensive where you are. It's part of colonization. They make you think that what you have is inferior. And what is coming from foreign is actually the real deal. While these foreigners are actually really using the things that we're throwing away. And that's the best part. So it is something to do with our minds. It is really something to do with Africans. But a lot of people over here wouldn't want to step on, but me, I want to step on the toes of people because I don't really care how you feel. I don't care how you feel. And I don't care whether you like me or not, but I'm going to tell you the fact. That's it. And I disengage with people that I see that they don't have foresight. They just want to be toxic on TikTok. It's not every page that I go to. It's not every panel that I stay to listen. No. Feed your mind with positive attitude. Feed your mind with something positive so that it will rekindle your spirit to get you moving. Life is hard already. Life is hard already. Paying rent, looking after families, working, food for yourself. You don't want TikTok to be part of your headache. You don't want to. It's hard already to let people that you don't even know from Adam or people who don't even do anything to your life to actually really cause you a lot of pain, distraction, and get you BP high. Like, no, it's not worth it. It's not really worth it. So, again, to all the Africans, I'm not somebody who like to put blames on other people. If you did me dirty, you did me dirty. You need to own up to it. Okay, you see all these faces that you see. It is really a shame. It's a big shame that these people are top. Just one whitey man has been able to orchestrate a coup with lieutenant commanders, captains, police people. What did it take? What did it take? Is it money? An African would take money and unalive another African. But you don't want us. This is a conversation you don't want us to have. Your feed anymore. Yeah, because I'm trying to actually speak to my people and yeah, basically. You're gonna see it. You're really gonna see it. Yeah. TikTok has a way of, because when people are mad at you, but I have the people who support me on this app are Nigerians. I'm gonna tell you, no shade. Nigerians support me a lot. Nigerians, when you talk about people who are big in support, they are Nigerians. If you want to talk about Africans who are very big on support, it's Nigerians. Do a video about Nigerians, you see yourself going viral. Talk about Nigerian issue, you see a lot of people in the room supporting you and stuff like that. They will do so. You see these subscribers, 85, almost all of them are Nigerians. And some are Black Americans. They really support. But now that I'm doing videos about my country, and there's something wrong with my country people. Their support is very minimal. And when you drop a video and it doesn't resonate with, like I said, a lot of African countries don't really care about African countries. It has to be global or something. That is when they stick to it. So if they don't watch the video, TikTok don't push it. That's why when you go to my profile, every video that I do about Ghana, it doesn't go nowhere because Ghanaians are not supportive. They don't even watch. They don't have time. They don't really have time. But when I do videos about maybe Mali, Burkina Faso, or Nigeria, it goes viral. But right now, my country is at stake. That's why I'm doing videos about my country, but my people themselves are not supportive. I've been talking about this. Like, that's why I don't see my feed. But I'm not going to give up. I still got to do it. And if I need to promote it with money or something, I got to do it. But from time, they are really going to understand. They don't know the power of social media. Like Nigeria know the power of social media. That's why they do propaganda and they keep on hopping on it. If you want people who really support themselves, not even talking about propaganda, you look at Nigeria, they have a lot of tribal bigotries. But when it comes to support, as to their music industry, their movie industry, their whatever, Nigerians are big on that. That I give it to them. That I give it to them. That when it comes to support, Nigeria, I give it to them. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the propaganda by some of the tribes and that kind. But then you will not find 100% in almost everybody. You understand? For the support, Nigeria carries it. So when I want to grow, when I started doing this with my country stuff, there's a whole lot of followers that I've lost, and these are all Nigerians. But that's okay. I'd rather stand in truth than to be famous. You understand? Dynamite. When I speak, I don't really look at the comments because I don't want to be distracted. But I've seen my moderator over here. Oh, Danny, I see you. What's up, Danny? Oh, Red. Oh, I see you, Red. It looks like my family are here, huh? I see Danny, I see Red, I see Sylvia, I see Dynamite. I miss you, Sha. I'm not gonna lie. You say go to Nigeria. Forget that emotion, I beg. So yeah, basically, I think okay, if you guys want to come up, I'll allow you to come up. And red, African diaspora. You guys like to blame the white tea for almost everything. And I'm talking to you, Red, because I see you. So you see what just happened to Mali? Huh? Would you still blame the white man for this? Are you still gonna? Yes, Danny, I'm telling you, I need to bring that slogan. I'm so down because of what is happening in my country. But thank you for the support and all that. We are still in charge, irrespective. Are you guys still going to blame that French dude have been able to orchestrate all these Africans? All of them. Look at their faces. All of them. General, brigadier, lieutenant, captain, corporal, sergeant. What the hell? What the hell? Are you still going to blame the white man for all this? Are you going to blame your people for actually allowing them to I don't know, Sylvia is requesting. I don't even know why. Sylvia, I'm not going to pick you. I promise you. Just tap on the screen. I'm okay, Red. I'm really okay. All of them. Dynamite, you said what? You are not bigotry. What do you mean? Man, I mean, I'm going to start doing my lives. I might not pick no Ghanaians or no Nigerians because a lot of you are so toxic. All you want to do is fight. I like African affairs. I don't really even call my page Ghanaian page. Like I like to study, I like to learn, I like informations, and this is what makes me actually understand and know what is happening in Africa, so I can use the knowledge to actually help my own country. But a lot of you are just exclusive to your own self. In-house betrayers and in-house, yeah, of course. Okay, so Nana, you see, Nana is asking, who initiated the whole thing? The person who initiated the whole thing is a French guy. What is your follow-up question? Since you wanted to know who initiated the whole thing, it was a French guy. In-house, oh yes, you have the house Negroes and the field ones. We are our own problems. And anytime these black Americans say that, oh, you sold us. Now I see that those in the Caribbean also say that you sold us. There are a lot of people who are fallen on this page. They used to be Pan-African. They follow, they come, but then I see that they've fallen. If you say that Africans sold Africans, I will not say, oh no, Africans didn't sell Africans. No. I will not speak like that. Listen, Africans sold Africans, if that's what you say. So which means your own parents or your own people sold other people too. You understand? So the question will be, whom are you confronting? If you say Africans sold Africans, before you left Africa and you became Black American or whatever, you were African. So when you say Africans sold Africans, maybe your parents or your people even sold my own people. So whom are you asking or whom are you questioning? You understand? I like to have a conversation, but it looks like a lot of these people on this app just want to insult and I disengage. We need to read the Kissinger Report of Africans. You want to tell me about that? You want to tell me about the Kissinger Report of Africans? Yeah, we are still in charge. Sylvia says go to Nigeria. Emotions are talking. Some of you will be what you call it? You'll be going on punishment on this app. And I have too many moderators that they come here, they don't even know what is going on. I will remove a lot of moderators so that I don't compromise, because a lot of you, your minds are not ready for discussion. Your minds are for war. This is not world war. And I'm going to stop talking about Nigeria-Ghana issue and go in the African perspective, which will link to that, because I want to use my knowledge to help my country, not my heart or my emotions. If YT had pew in my face, your ass sold. You see what Danny is saying? Danny, request up. No moderator has to work tonight. No moderator has to work tonight, okay? But I will be doing the picking if any of you. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? If YT had pew in my face, your ass sold. Dynamite, do you see what Danny just wrote? Do you just see what Danny just wrote? If YT had pew in my face, your ass sold. This is a black man thing. I'm asking because Nana says, I'm asking because if there was no white, then there's no problem. I'm asking because if there was no white, then there's no problem. So if there was white, there's a problem. Yeah, betrayal. Yeah, betrayal. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's betrayal. That shows you, when they say, oh, black people are smart, sometimes I ask myself, black people are smart. Which black people are you talking about? Like the Igbos who come and say they are what? What are you talking about? AKT, yeah, good topic, but Africans, they don't want to, they want to fight. They don't care about African countries. So I don't know who to pick anyways. Dynamite, nothing happened, AKT. You saw what Danny said? Danny is
Yeah,
going to
that's like
sell you out.
betrayal. Danny, what's up? What's going on?
She's going to sell you out. One
No,
time.
I said that because every time I hear that question, right, or people come up and say that, like, oh, African sold us this and this and that, right? Because, I'm African American, right? I'm in the U.S. But I always say in my mind, like, to me, we wasn't back there, back in those days, right? And when I hear about it, it's as if like Africans was living a peaceful life, right? And then here come these monsters in the form of, YT folks, and they come with all this madness to these peaceful people, you know what I'm saying? Disturbing their land, grabbing people, doing all kind of all sorts of madness and all this to them. Like if those people came to you and people say that, but I wouldn't have, you don't know what you would have done. You know what I'm saying? Because you're trying to, self-preservation is your first thing on your mind. So you trying to save you and your family. You know what I'm saying? So that's the standpoint I was coming from. It really was more
Yeah,
like a joke. But, if they came and I was back then and you know what I mean, you living peaceful and if you give me them, I'm gonna let you and your family go. What you gonna do?
exactly. You a
So
sellout,
that's
Daddy.
the standpoint I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying? So people always want to say, "Oh,
Yeah,
they
a
sold, they
sellout, a
sold, they
sellout
sold." You don't know
standpoint.
what you would have done. If they was you, if you was in their shoes, you would have sold somebody too. So shut the hell up to the people that always say that. Real talk.
Yeah, real talk. I like real talk. I really like real talk. Those are the toughest conversation that I need to have. And that is a real talk. And I got you. Dynamite. Did you hear what she said?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Absolutely, I do. And I would like to emphasize on how, for me, I would forever blame the whiteys. Not that I don't hold my people accountable for their actions.
No.
Yes, but I'll forever blame them because they introduced corruption to Africa. Uh,
What?
yes, they did. I remember Fela.
I need somebody to come and challenge this lady speaking.
Yeah, Fela Nicola Kokuti said, I mean, if you look at our vocabulary as Yoruba people, we have nothing like corruption in our vocabulary, right? Until they came. So it's all about looking for, and we have people like Patrice Lumumba, whose death will forever torment me, even though I wasn't a participant. I can't find myself watching the video of how he was humiliated till today. It's not news, it's not breaking news that whenever we have a Pan-African leader, they try to take them out. And the ones that they don't take out, they corrupt them. Not only do they corrupt them, they have their whims and caprices of doing this through blackmail. They have advanced technology in which they get to these people. They blackmail them and look for, what's it called? Stories about them or their private life that they can use to blackmail them in order to shape them into like accepting their ways. So there's no gainsaying about that. This is the reality, whether we want to accept it or not. So for me, I'll forever blame them. Of course, I'll hold my people accountable to the corruption that we're experiencing, because if they don't do naughty things, they would have no hold on them. But we do know that these people have sophisticated ways, and they spy on people. It's beyond, just labeling our leaders bad. I used to be like that, but not anymore now that I know better. Yeah, so I would forever blame them, really. And of course, I reference the Kissinger report because the goal is to keep Africa down. The goal is to keep Africa down. TM, I sent you a link about how France has shut down 4 nuclear reactors facility, and the claim is that they had swarms of jellyfish into their what's it called? They had swarms of jellyfish that went into the coolant, yes, the coolant of their nuclear reactor. And that's also, they gave 2 excuses: jellyfish and what's it called? Climate change. These are the excuses. But you and I know that it's because they no longer get uranium from Niger. But you see, so yes, I'll forever blame them. Their goal is to keep Africa down for as long as they can, under control, subjugation, in poverty. And then they come in and pretend like they're helping Africa. And, of course, they look good to their people. And the thing is, there are some of the people right now calling out for them to step out. They want them out of Africa. Some of their own people are even saying, look, Africa is not as poor as we've been led to believe. So for me, Dynamite will forever blame them. Yes.
Okay. So, Danny, well, before I go to Danny, so I want you to address the topic on the screen, and then let me know who you are going to blame or what you're going to talk about, what is on the screen. Then after, Danny will actually really take over from there. I see C14, an Igbo guy says, I'm getting boring because this is intellectual conversation. It's not for you, C14. You might as well want to just scroll because it will bore you. Dynamite, go ahead and address the screen.
Yes, obviously, it says these people plan a coup against Malian government. Yes, I mean, off with their heads, the devil's cradle for them, whatever you have to do to them. Snitches get stitches, right? I still like what I said earlier on. When you keep people in poverty and you make them have to like go the extra mile, in order to be able to afford basic necessities. Some people are content, with whatever situation they find themselves in, and some people aren't. When you create a condition whereby people have to go above and beyond to the point where they have to betray their own people in order to put food on the table, that's when you get people like these people on the screen. Will I do that? No. Do I pray my generation do that? Absolutely not. I do not pray for such situation. But there are some people that are willing to do it. They will take the risk. That's why we have people like this on the screen. And I'm so grateful that Asemi Goita knows that people like this exist, which would have made him to be at alert, Even in regular family circle, we have family members that betray each other, let alone in a situation like this where millions of dollars probably are involved. So it depends on people's circumstances. I'm not making excuses for them, but we cannot take away the fact that the condition has been
Who
created.
said you are making excuses for them?
Okay.
Who said so?
Okay.
I'm
just
that you are
saying.
making excuses for them. Nobody has said that.
I'm making a submission.
Okay.
I am making a submission. I'm not making excuses for them, but
Okay.
we have found ourselves. This is why some people would go do crimes, just to get ahead in life. And some people are contented, with whatever they have. Yeah.
Danny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What do you think about what she said? And then I want you to address the screen.
I think that what she said is right. I agree with it, but I feel like it's a rock and a hard spot, right? Like the old folks would say. Because the part about what she said about the way that you live, right? And so this has been the YT man's plan, you know what I mean, to keep Africa down and, print money, when they did the Berlin conference and sliced it up and made all these borders and stuff. It was all to keep the people poor and to portray to the world like Africa is this poor place, right? When all the time they knew that Africa was the richest place in the world. And that's why you can't get them out of there. And that's why they keep on causing chaos and trying to keep destabilizing the country. And, every time a leader comes up that is trying to, build for his people and, make life better for the people, then they, do what they do, unalive them and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's their plan. And so the reason why they get people like these folks is because if you make a man hungry, and he got to go to sleep for 2 or 3 days and don't have food and stuff like that, then yeah, he's subject to do anything. That's how they are able to keep the T groups around and all of that kind of stuff or whatever, right? But at the same time, this is where the rock and the hard spot come in, is that if you want better, then somehow you have to have a backbone and stand up. You know what I'm saying? And, fight against that. You know what I mean? It's never going to change if people keep succumbing to, the plans that they have, right? Because this is a white T man that wandered around or whatever connections he have and found, the people that look just like they brother to try to overthrow somebody and unalive somebody again, right? And the bigger picture is that they're going to give you a little bit of money. But if we could ever get Africa to stand all the way up and to become the continent that she's supposed to become, then they would need us, right? So that's the bigger picture, is that Black folks would be in their rightful position. You know what I'm saying? And for me, as an African American, I always, like, I can't wait. Like, I can't wait till Africa stands up, because I feel like if Africa becomes the superpower that she's supposed to be, then and only then will other Black African Americans or African people around the world, African can save us all. So that's how I feel about it.
Okay, so as I understand, the African who is from Nigeria is blaming the white man for this orchestration, and obviously Danny is saying the same. But I want to hear what
I'm not really blaming him all like that, right? Because he brought the fruit, but it's up to you if you bite the fruit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So the picture a little bit different now.
Okay, no problem. Abe, you need to come on the screen. Yes, Abe, I want to hear from you as to what is on the screen and what you heard so far. I want your take on the topic. You think we should blame the white man, or we should blame the other Africans, or what you think? Go ahead.
Good morning, my brother. I just woke up, man. But yeah, let me just add 2 cents to this. This neocolonialism. Sorry, Mr. Hate, you want to? There's somebody echoing. Hate none. Okay, thank you. So I would not blame the white man for one reason. In any region or society whereby a crime is committed, there is always at least one indigene they recruit to do the crime. Anywhere in the world. If it's Boko Haram, if it's banditry in Nigeria, if it's terrorism, if it's Mali, if it's Sudan, there's always a willing tool. Right? And the willing tool is always the indigene of that society. So now we're talking about this coup that happened. I think it was on Monday the attempted coup happened. Yeah, I heard about it even before it went viral. Yeah, it was Sunday, Monday. I think it was weekend/Monday morning. So it's almost a week now since they caught the coup plotters. I didn't even know TM likes geopolitics, but here is what I'm gonna say. I would not blame the white man, because the white man knows Africans are greedy. In Africa, there's what is it? What did they call it again? A rage trap, whereby they will agitate you. So let's just go into the Mali thing. Everybody knows Mali was a French colony. We know how France plays the game. Winner takes all. Even majority of these AES countries, including Mali itself, never had a central bank. The central bank, the banking reserve, or the foreign reserve was in France, same as any other Francophone countries. And since Mali took over power, of course, France was kicked out. France would always sponsor insecurity in Francophone countries. That's a fact. and then they will use the whaling tool in their country. And because of poverty, hunger, name it, or whatsoever reason, they will be willing to do their bidding. And yes, it happened. Before coups have been, deterred also in Burkina Faso. So, and if you look at this thing, it exposes the hypocrisy of the West. And since we're talking about Mali, we'll talk about Mali and the Francophone countries in Africa. Ever since France has been exposed, they've been always trying to do coups and counter coups and everything in the sub-Saharan Africa, the Francophone countries. If you look at France, if you look at the news, you would see that, in fact, France owes $3 trillion, I believe, euros or whatever, into international, IMF, Monetary Fund, World Bank, all their BC, all their debt has been exposed. That they've been dependent on their Francophone countries, right? And this is why they will push back. If I was France also, I would push back. I would sponsor coups. And if you can remember when famous foreign advisor, NSA, rather, National Security Advisor in America, John Bolton said, we sponsor coups. That's even America. So let me just mix it up. America sponsor coups. He said it on a live interview. And this, but for people that are not from the school of, geopolitics, they would not understand these things. So let's come back to Mali. Mali would, the Francophone countries, France would forever try and make Mali a destabilized state. When I mean state, a sovereign state, a country. So they'll keep on training some militias to overthrow the current government, the military government. They're not happy. That's one. Two, they're not happy also because a little internet search would show you that France has closed a couple of, I think 3 or 4 of its nuclear plants because they don't have money to sustain it again. They are losing their colonial power under their colonial countries, their Francophone countries. They are losing power. At least they've lost 3. Some are even trying to kick them out. Even Senegal, the young guy is doing what the president, is pushing back as well. And they're losing that world power. And there are 2 things that makes you strong. Being a world power in the, what's it called again? World, what do you call it? World leader, world power, whatever. There are 2, economic and military. Those are the 2 things, that can make you be a big boy state in this world. And France is losing it gradually. If you look at their workers, they're protesting, their farmers. Every day, if you go on French 24 News, it's just crazy. And, like a woman used to tell us very well, Dr. Harikana used to tell us, she was the former AU ambassador to the United States, to the United Nations, before Donald Trump removed her, played politics, and she, in his first term, not recent, she used to tell me one thing, and I used to listen to her interviews. The day Africa wakes up, the West will fail. And for the West to succeed, Africa must continue to fail. And there's a fact. Because if you look at the Western Hemisphere, majority of their things come from Africa, from gold to cobalt to oil to lithium to bitumen. Just name the mineral resources, to cariphorium, so many things, to uranium, to lithium. Everything, majority, 80% comes from the African continent. So they must destabilize Africa. And our greedy politicians and our young, driven poverty due to unemployment, poverty, inflation, will get them to join this movement. This banditry, militia, coup plotters, they will continue. So I'm not surprised. I don't even pity the young ones. If you want to look at it, I don't blame the West. I blame our leaders that do not educate, or provide the basic amenities of life, like food, water, security, employment. And then again, if you look at it on a larger context, I was, let me link this thing to Ghana again. When I was looking at IMF website, Nigeria collecting money, debt, and everything, this West, they know our leaders cannot do this project, but yet they keep borrowing them the money. But if you look at that loan condition, people don't look at, listen, I said, they don't look at the loan condition. The loan conditions are crazy. What they know we're not going to pay back. It's called debt trap. So I was looking at Ghana's one too. Ghana took about 3 billion, and you can verify, in the last couple of years, $3 billion. And recently in July, May, June, Ghana asked for $900 million also from IMF World Bank, the parliament. And I was looking at these people that even the first one has not been paid. Just like Nigeria, we're in debt. We are in serious debt. But what do? They do these things for us. It's called debt trap. So these people, I don't pity them. These Mali boys that they arrested, of course, it's poverty, the willing tools, just like they do in Nigeria, also Boko Haram, and our rich mineral resources across the, Niger, the Lake Chad Basin, which we know the mineral resources are there. It's a struggle between Britain and France. And if you look at it, Nigeria and Ghana are one of the only West African countries surrounded by Francophone countries. So it's a power tussle, and they will always continue to try and destabilize, using our indigenous people to do their bidding. Thank you.
You said thank you when I had something in my mouth, but I heard you. Like, yeah, I heard you. You took a different stance. Yes, I like really geopolitics a lot, and I hope all Africans will be interested in that. So a lot of things wouldn't be alien to them. But anyway, I will go to Sylvia. Sylvia, my one and only sister.
Who kicked you out of Danger's room yesterday? Because I know you were angry.
I beg, hold on. No, not now. I'm back. I beg you. Sylvia, are you there? Okay. Hey, what's going on? This iPhone be listening. Hey,
Yes.
what
Yes.
is this? Yeah. Go ahead, and you have anything to say, or you want me to
No.
skip you?
No,
Okay.
I don't have nothing to say.
Okay, I know you want to talk on. I know.
I don't want to
But
talk because I'm mad at you.
oh, not for here. Call me back though.
I'm
Anyway,
not calling you. Bye.
Itinan, my brother, go ahead and let me know. You heard what Abe said. If you have anything to say or any question or what is on the screen, just go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, panels, all listeners. Actually, I'll forever blame our own people. You cannot have children and allow strangers to come and deceive you as a parent to unalive your children. It will be dumb on your side as a father to condone and accept the bidding of the oppressor. So forever, I'll blame our own selves. We have the gumptions to also reason to capacity and determine what is good for us. We cannot all the time allow oppressor to come and use us to betray our own very one. That will be very dumb on our side. So with the issue of the coup that has been plotted, I believe strongly that we should blame the Malians who have allowed themselves to be used. So the West, he's a wild animal. He wants to survive. And by all means that he wants to survive, he will use it to survive. So if you allow yourself to be used, you'll be consumed well. So with the West, although they have a portion to be blamed, but most of it should be given to ourselves. We are in a modern world today. We cannot allow greed, our sentiment, to override the innocent population who have nothing to do with politics, but few to jeopardize their lives in as far as good things are going on in the land, but few want to what? Tarnish that or truncate that, which is very bad. So I have not much to say, but what I'll tell ourselves is to understand that we have to fix ourselves very well before we equally tackle the enemy. Although the enemy has a portion, but much portion should be given to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a lot of air in your mic. There's a whole lot of air. So yeah, we have Danny and Dynamite who are blaming the YT for this, and we have Abe and Hetnan actually holding their own people accountable for this. So at this moment, we have an open panel. Please, if you have any personal issue with me, anyone in the comment section on the screen, it is not here. I beg you, I would like to stay on topic. You know where to get me. You call me, we trash it out. Not today. So I want to ask Dynamite, you as an African, sometimes I really want to understand, is it because when some of you Africans you travel, you have a different mindset? And because I really understand if the African diaspora because they live with a whitey all their life, and these are the people that they see and they do this to them all their life. But when an African start to think like those in the diaspora or start to speak in a form of, maybe I should just allow you to break it down because I kind of don't understand like what's up.
Okay, so here's my reasons. For me, for a very long time, I was politically naive. Okay, and should I say I had a life of privilege where I didn't, not like I don't care, but I saw things differently. I've said it multiple times on this panel. I was a CNN junkie. Okay? I was a CNN junkie. And I kid you not, I read a book. I think my radicalization started from religion. I read a book, Jerusalem Countdown by Pastor John Agee, and that started making me ask questions. And I'm glad I read that book because it opened my eyes to a lot of things. And afterwards, I went to get a degree in philosophy. And I realized that life isn't black and white. It's not black and white. These people have put a system in place. This is the problem we Africans have. They've curated this system, and what they do is put people that would uphold this hegemony that they have put in system, to keep working. We are short-sighted. They plan hundreds of years, tens of years ahead. And unfortunately, let me tell you one thing they don't want us to, how do I put it now? They don't want us to notice patterns. There's nothing happening now that has not happened in the past. Nothing. So the fact that they've already put this system, in place, and they put people that would uphold this system in power, they have. The problem of us Africans is we think WAR is about pew pews, boom booms, and all whatnot. No. They fight war with the psychological war, biological war, of course, pew pew wars and all that. There's media war. These are people we've seen. Julian Assange was asked, how do you stop war? Do you know what his response was? He said, the media. The media. A lot of us, we have opinions that we think it's our own. No, our opinions have been shaped because of the constant media consumption. They've put this system in place and they want to uphold it, and they will do anything, which means they will unalive our African leaders that we've witnessed, and one is happening right in front of our eyes. I'm talking of the AES. So when I say I would forever blame them, of course I will forever blame them. I'm standing 10 toes deep in that. Then again, we have our own people. There's a saying in my language. Kali elero yono kawafabo fadiye. How do you cut out a cancer? How do you heal cancer without cutting it out? There's no way you can heal it without cutting it out. The system has been, is there, it's in place. They're enforcing it. They are using our own people to enforce it. And our own people that does not fall in line, they take them out. We've seen it. They've created a system whereby poverty rules. Hence the Kissinger report. They have to keep Africa poor. I will forever blame them. I will. Not like I won't blame my own people too, but I'm going to give them bulk of the blame because they wrote the playbook. They wrote the playbook. And they are enacting it. So it's not like I don't blame my people. I blame my people, but I will forever blame them. It's like if something doesn't come to you, you wouldn't experience it.
Okay.
That's the way I see it.
Okay. So this that you've said, okay, Abby, I'll let you come in quickly after my question. So with this that you said, would you say that the whitey people are smarter than the black people? Is that what you are implying?
No, my own definition of smart is different. My understanding of smart is different. They are cunning. I would say they are cunning. I wouldn't say they're
Okay.
smart.
So you think black people are smarter than white people?
I'm not making comparison right now. I've seen black
No,
people
I'm
do
only asking you a
marvelous things.
question. I'm
No,
asking you a
I
close
wouldn't
question.
say. I don't want to compare. Okay, I would say black people are smarter than whites. Yes.
Okay, so when we are talking about smart, what are we talking about?
So this is why I said they are cunning, and we
Okay.
misinterpret being cunning a lot.
So why will a smart person let somebody be cunning and win over his smartness? How are you
This
smart?
is where human nature comes in. Some people are
Human
naive.
nature?
Yes, we cannot take out nature. Yes.
So what does black people use their smartness to do?
This is what I'm saying, TM.
Don't they laugh? Wait, hold on. What has black people? Because the way you explained it, that we don't think ahead, we don't do things ahead, but these people they plan ahead.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking you that are you saying that the white people are smarter than?
Okay, I wish black people will use their own smartness to be cunning as well.
I don't know, but I'll let Abe come in and then I will take
Yeah.
it again. Because now you are garnishing it in a way.
So
Abe,
let
go
me
ahead.
let me balance this
See,
thing.
I
And I
wish
want
they'll use their smartness to be cunning. Black people have done great things.
Dynamite, don't worry, let me help you out. Let me save you 6. So let me come with a new twist with this Mali money. You know, they say follow the money, you follow you find out the truth. Money everywhere. Paper trail leads to the truth. So let me help Dynamite out. Let me play the devil's advocate. You know, I followed Mali and I followed Ghana economy. And my skepticism, I don't know, maybe they've reversed the law, But let me even start. In fact, let me start from where dynamite started. So the West or the white man tries to control the world with what we call, money. Everybody loves money. And then they have two organizations that does this money control, which is the World Bank and the IMF. But has any African ever gone through a loan agreement from this World Bank and IMF? So this is how they control Africa. Nobody ever does that because the pages are so long. Of course, our politicians, they do. Of course, they read the loan agreement. Some don't even. But the loan agreement, what they keep giving, and giving. They know you're giving and giving. They know you're not going to ever pay back. It's called a debt trap. And the money they give. So let me use Nigeria and Ghana as an example. Nigeria has a so much debt because we keep on borrowing, but tied to some projects. And our own project is all oil and gas. So that if you don't pay back, there's cash for oil, oil for cash, blah, 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 in their loan agreement and all this World Bank. And that's why they keep on taking it. We can't complain because they know our leaders are corrupt. So, I was reading IMF and World Bank loans for Nigeria and Ghana. Of course, Nigeria, our own debt, get part two. Then this was during the week. Was it last week? Then I said, let me even browse through IMF and World Bank and Ghana documents, on loans. And what I found out was very scary for me also. Well, not new, not shocked, because I know how these people operate. So I found out that there's what they call the ECF program, which is the External Credit Facility. And I found out that in May 2023, Ghana took out a $3 billion loan for 36 months. Did Ghana pay back? They defaulted. And the loan conditions, now here's the twist. The loan conditions were tied to, guess what? The banking sector and the mining sector. Typical white man, they give you money because these people are rich and they have mineral resources. Of course, they have to secure their money back. And that's what they're doing in Nigeria, taking our oil with all the debts that our corrupt politicians have stolen. Now, in international economics, there's what we call the SDR, which is the standard drawing rights. And what does the SDR mean? It means the way you withdraw your money in tranches, right? So in July this year, first week in July, IMF completed the 4th review of the ECF on Ghana. Although Ghana did not pay back completely, they defaulted. They still loaned they still withdrew $367 million from the SDR, Standard Drawing Rights, right? And it brought the total disbursement to $2.3 billion as at last month, or in August, right? Yeah, July. Now, here's a twist. There are some companies doing mining, doing banking, doing all sort of things, Of course, like I said again, there's a willing tool. So what do I mean by willing tool? There's what they call the SPV, Special Purpose Vehicle, which is what people use to launder money or launder white man, black man, African man even does it a lot. So now there are some SPV companies that carry out, they're the henchman for these MNCs, the multinational corporation, everywhere in the world. So I'm using Nigeria and Ghana. So Nigeria took out $16 billion loan one time under Obasanjo and Atiku. What we call the Alibotin case. So here's the twist. TM, I don't know, maybe you've heard about the Alibotin case. Where, they will create power for Nigeria. Nigeria will have 24 hours electricity. And this thing has been since 1999 to 2007 under Obasanjo and Atiku. The Alibotin case. Guess what? You'll be surprised that the Bush family had multinational firms that were involved in this, when I'm in a powerful family in America, in this Alibotin case. But the willing tool they used was, of course, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, In fact, an honorable went to prison on this Alibotin case. In America, honorable, how did they call it in America? Jefferson from Louisiana. So you can do a research about this. Alibotin, Honorable Jefferson Azara went to jail on Ali Bottom. Now, let me give you another new twist that might happen in Ghana. So this is the way so when Dynamite said the white man, oh, of course they are very corny, and our own African leaders, our politicians, we know they are greedy, no doubt. Almost every African politician is greedy. So I'm not just going to say Nigeria or Ghana. Anywhere you go, we have greedy African politicians. But now here is the twist. There's a debt in Ghana in the macroeconomic structure. Under the G20 framework summit, right? Ghana has defaulted. But the white man will continue to lend Ghana money. Now, I want to name some companies in Ghana that they are like SPVs, right? And what do you mean SPVs? I don't know if you people want to hear. If I'm boring, just tell me to end the mic and then I'll just off the mic because I like to speak geopolitics. Now, Ghana's government, they are focusing on sustaining their fiscal, discipline, compensate their debt restructuring, and also perhaps implement structural reforms to boost private sector growth and reduce poverty. Additional financing might be required by October from the World Bank again for $400 million, which your parliament are debating at the moment, right? So the total debt now is about $3 billion combined World Bank IMF, right? And the twist here is what these world people do. I remember when Ghana passed the anti-LGBT law, we jeopardized their IMF World Bank loans condition. You see, they give loan condition. Nigeria too. We signed this LGBT. We didn't really sign it, but we're playing ping pong with the West. They want to promote their own, these are tied to loan condition. But let me not even dabble into that because that's Ghana's economic problem. But there have been concerns raised, even in the long term, on IMF and World Bank loans, including high taxes, increased cost of living. You can see rents are going up in Ghana, potential cuts in social programs in Ghana, like the free healthcare services they have in Ghana. I watched the Ghana Parliament debate because it is tied to the loans they've taken from the devil, which is the West. But of course, every economy needs loans. Hey, there's no economy that doesn't need loans to develop. But we're using the loans to develop. What are our loans tied to? And this brings me to the companies. Over 70 or even maybe more than 100 French companies or subsidiaries operate in Ghana across different sectors. But I want to pick the mining sector because, there's been insecurity and the Ghana government, the Ghana citizens, everybody knows about the uprising of insecurity in Ghana, especially in their mining sector, whereby there's clashes. Some people are giving the Fulani headers AK-47. We know, some people know, some people don't know. And the ones that are in the news are in the news. Now, there's the twist to the loans. You must develop agriculture, banking, insurance, construction, logistic, blah, 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 blah. There's a particular bank that has been a candidate for France, even in Nigeria also. And it's called the Société Générale Bank. Everybody knows it's a French bank. Société Générale Bank, in fact, Nigerian government chased them out in 1999. They ended it, they said it's a candidate for France. It was even British that helped us, that these people are funding terrorism, blah, blah, blah. They changed the name to Saraki Bank. Yeah, Société Générale. They've changed the name to so many names in Nigeria. But, of course, the Nigerian government kicked Société Générale out because the British felt, the British report that these people are just funding indirect terrorism in different countries. Even right from our independence, we had one called the African Continental Bank, which Azikwe stole money, with the British opened. And it was also linked to Société Générale. So you see, this British and the French, they're having power struggle from Anglophone, Francophone countries. And it also started not today. We started in 1884, the first Berlin Conference, before 1914, the Second Berlin Conference, where France was very angry. They only gave them some part of southern Cameroon. which they supported, they are still supporting with arms and ammunition, so agitate for their own freedom, which Nigeria, relinquished to Cameroon. So here's the twist. There are some companies, let me name the companies. There's what they call Technip, Total Energies, Societe Generale. We know that one. In fact, whenever I see Societe Generale, I just look at them as terrorism bank. They've also contributed about 60,000 direct or indirect jobs to Ghana. And if you look at the investment, so I repeat, Technip, TECHNIP. So they also have the investment side, which, Bankade that I've mentioned. We also have what we call the AFD, which is the French Development Bank. It's been active in Ghana since 1985. They have been giving loans to farmers, agriculture, in the mining sector. I repeat, in the mining sector. And I'll give you some companies that they've done infrastructure projects, and energy. So you have Ghanaians there, so they can verify. They can go and verify. We have the Kokpong generating station retrofits. Those are critical examples of sustainable renewable energy and infrastructural companies. If you follow the paper, you will know where these companies are tied to. We also have the, what's it called again? Tuanwa Transmission Project. We know what it generates, in terms of electricity and, renewable energy. So if you go deeper and deeper, you will see that French companies, directly or indirectly, operating in Ghana's mining fields. Their evidences. And then when you see those French bastards, they don't care. They can arm two groups, thief their gold or whatever, like is happening in DRC. But I'm happy Ghana intelligence or Ghana politicians, they're not as greedy as Nigerian politicians or Congo politicians. But one way or another, they're trying to, corrupt the system. And we have major players like Anglo Gold, Ashanti. We have the gold fields, although primarily from the US, Canada, so many other people, not just France. Let me not point out to that. But I'm sure everybody knows about, every Ghanaian knows about the Anglo Gold, Ashanti. We have so many companies like that. We have Newmont. And a simple search will tell you about the rising, not too bad, but, security issues rising, like when I said, right, in the mining sector, in Ghana, especially in their Afram plains and all those places, but of course it's been curtailed. While we have also now what we call logistics, like I mentioned earlier, whereby they use logistic companies to move. They don't care if you people buy each other in your mining field. We have the logistics to move out the sweet gold and other mineral resources to take to the West, America, UK, Canada, blah, blah, blah. So there's also a mining company called Eramet. And, other French, firms in Ghana mining sector. And you can fact check me. ERAMET, because I know TM likes to fact check. Then the logistics, not just France, but let me stick to France because I don't like them. And they always try and destabilize, this, sub-Saharan Africa. We have what we call the CMA CGM. It's a logistic company. It's around the world. It's around Africa. It's in Nigeria. It's also in Ghana. Those people, they don't care. Whatever you move, they move it for you. We also have what we call the Africa Global Logistics. We have the hydrocarbon companies like the, Total Energies. Everybody knows Total. Those ones, oil and gas. So what am I trying to say here? In a broader context. Some, people have, mentioned, France to try to destabilize the Anglo. If you, like I said earlier, Nigeria and Ghana are Anglophone countries. And of course, we're surrounded by Francophone countries. Ghana has not really suffered insecurity as Nigeria has. Of course, it's due to our corrupt politicians. And the enabling tools, the willing tools for the West. But let's even move on from that. Let's go to the environmental concerns, in the mining fields in Nigeria. We have mining fields as well. Especially the illegal mining, the artisan people. that does illegal mining. I think you people call it the galamsey, the illegal mining in Ghana. This is, the environmental, the insecurity is at low. So we give kudos to Ghana security agencies and politicians. But then again, there's uprising, water pollution, deforestation, like the Chimota forest. While these crooked fires also come in to support, like I said, the AFD, remember, AFD that I mentioned earlier, AFD project, they're involved. And the question you ask me, why are these people so involved in where there's forest, there's mining, there's this interest, right? Business. Of course, everybody wants to do business. You go into any country, and like we know, Africa is a virgin land. We have mineral resources. God has blessed us. But for me as a critique, I always ask myself that why does France has a robust economic presence in Ghana, in Nigeria, especially in the activity mining sector, mining? Why is it that the dominance of non-French multinational firms in Nigeria and in Ghana mining field industry suggests that France has prioritized other sectors like energy infrastructure to mining? Why? Why can't they give us, okay, we'll give you loan, build a power sector, build an infrastructure, build a healthcare system, something that will better the society. Why is it always mining? I don't know. I don't want to be a conspiracy theory, but my own belief, or my own, this is conspiracy, because I don't have evidence. So let me give my own opinions out loud. My own belief is that they will do anything and everything to fund their economy. The West, not just France at large now. Because we can see Belgium going broke also due to the exposure on the buying of Congo people. People have started speaking out. The aggressors, the victims were taught the aggressor through the media. Like Dynamite, like Tim said, the media shapes the mindset. Yes. But now people are now reading the other side of the media. Like I always tell people, the media is the fourth arm of government. After you have the legislative, the judiciary, the executive, trust me, my dear brothers and sisters, media is the fourth unrecognized arm of government. If you know, you know. The media can make or break any government. So my take is, why are they always involved in this mining, this French exploitation in African mining? Especially Mali, this Mali you've spoken about, Burkina Faso, Nigeria. These are the fundamental questions we ask. And why is it that it's particularly the French companies they're on mining project? I don't know, and I want to know. I don't want to be a conspiracist, but what I know is I see their presence. But I am happy that at least Britain, no matter how evil they are, they always push back the French because we're their colony, and they don't want the French to come and establish their presence. And if you look at history, especially in that 1884, the French were very angry. In 1914, Charles de Gaulle was very angry also in the sharing of Africa.
You keep going. I want to ask you, you're talking about France actually mining Africa, Ghana's gold. You mentioned Anglo Gold Ashanti. Were you relating it to France?
No. I said those are like the SPVs, like the willing to, the citizens, like indigent people. Of course, every country has local content, whereby your indigenes have to have a certain percentage in a multinational corporation.
Okay, but you are aware that France don't have. You are aware that France don't have any gold mines in Ghana.
No, they don't. Directly, they don't. That's why I said logistically, they use the SPVs to move it out.
I don't know, but okay. You go ahead and land so that Mr. Cole can.
No, I've landed. So what I'm saying is exactly, and I agree with you that they don't have a present, but they use what they call the SPV, special purpose vehicle. So they use the indigenous. So if I want something in Ghana now, right? Let me say I want something now. I'll be like, okay, I want to invest in the banking sector. And the Ghana laws, you have to, it has to be Ghana owned, maybe 60%, 50%. I don't know the law. All I have to do is, hey, TM, Charlie, I get money. I want to open one tech company or one manufacturing, retail, like the law. And I'll just come and beat one Ghana that I can convince that I know he likes money. And then it will just be a front for me, say, and it will be fronting the business. And that's what we call SPV, special purpose vehicle. Thank you.
Okay. I'm surprised you didn't talk about the oil and gas in Nigeria. That France had the biggest footprint.
Of course, that they do that. That one, health,
And
and all those things.
and how they
That's what I
operate
say.
the major offshore fields like Egina,
Yes,
Akpo,
yes.
and
And
so on.
do you know how they do it? Do you know how they do
And
it? They do it through
they
SPV.
own a share in Nigeria LNG, that's the Bonny Island, and they run the extensive. If you're talking about France interference, comparing Ghana and Nigeria, it is vast in Nigeria than even Ghana. But I like the way you like geopolitics, that you speak more of Ghana. And some of the things you said are not directly as it seems, but yeah. Even when you talk about your
Brother, they've
goatee
done that in
culture
Nigeria. No.
and the
No, they've done it
coals.
in Nigeria.
Anyway, okay. I mean, thank you.
No, TM, sorry, let me
Misako,
balance the argument. Let me balance the argument.
no,
They've done it in Nigeria.
the way you
Mm-hmm.
spoke, and then you
Mm-hmm.
mentioned Anglo Gold Ashanti, which you know
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't belong to them. Somebody listening who don't understand might think you are saying that it is actually really for them. It is just the talking point. I just wanted to clear that aspect from yeah.
Okay. I get it now. So let me tell you what they do in Nigeria. Let me tell you what they do in Nigeria.
No,
So let
I
me.
know.
You
Even
know.
the military base and security influence, I know all that. I was wishing you would speak more because their presence are more in Nigeria than Ghana. But it looks like you spoke more of Ghana
Good
than
morning.
Nigeria.
Of
But
course,
anyway,
of course.
Misako, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's been a long time.
Yes. So the coup d'etat in Mali, of course, it was planned by Christian and sponsored by France, and they are having France 24 to sweet talk it as if he was just on vacation. This Nema Sagara, you see, her twin sister is Mariam Sagara. She's always fighting.
But
When you are
you,
watching
before you
Bamman,
proceed, let me ask you, are you related to it? How do you know all this? I was
me,
surprised at your comment. Yeah. I was like,
because
Misako.
I understand. I listen to French news, and uh,
Wow. Bravo. Continue.
you will see Francophone immediately it's happened. They talk about it, but if you don't understand, you can't listen. And most of the time when they speak Bambara, my husband understand Bambara. So Miriam Sagara, for me, I think her twin sister should be removed because later, when they are dealing with her sister, they will be sentimental. One day she will like to free her sister, or like because she was a lieutenant who was recently promoted. I think her sister should step down because of blood. One day she will love to do something too for her own sister. I don't know her mindset. And you see all this that they are sponsoring. They are sponsoring it because Mali recently just got hold of their bank. There is a bank in Mali. It's in mostly every African country. The Mali recently bought the French shares and returned, and they drove them out of their country, which every the Etat Sahel is doing. This France issue, they have a Society General and Asa Bank that is in Africa, and they give Boko Haram and other destructive people money through all those banks. And you see, Nigeria, my country, is the center. In fact, the first citizen of Nigeria was even chosen by these people recently. If you go from 2020, they'll be fighting till 2023 for this person to become a president. Mobi filling station, Total filling station, talk about a share, different company, Air France has never, for 32 years or 33 years in Nigeria, these people has never paid tax to Nigeria government. They will take the money and come to pay their taxes here. Air France. And this is why you see that Mali stopped them the other time. And Burkina Faso, Mali, they all stopped them from coming to their country. You see, if you see the northern Nigeria, they have the best road more than any part of Nigeria. Do you know why they have the best road? Because that is where they have the gold mine. That is where private jet, they all go to take a gold, any resources that is being found. Calcium was or California was found in Borno, Abi, Makodi, and recently people are being unalive in numbers in that place, that exact same place that they found resources. The other time, very dark man went there, and when they burned people alive, he packed some resources up and said that these are resources and this is why they are unaliving the people, unaliving the citizens so they can take it. You see, every governor, every Nigeria governor, including the president, they are in the pocket of France. They are in the pocket of France. Northern governors, there is no good road everywhere more than north, because that is where their private jet, everything. I'm not Danamat. I just said the video he made the other day. I made reference to it, but sometimes Cobalt, different thing in Edo State. Before you think, is it 2 or 3 years ago in Edo State, Northern Edo State, there was a resources that was found there, and before you could say Jack, Edo State is unlivable for the citizen. People cannot live there. It's every day they are unaliving people, and we are not saying anything about it. Nobody is saying anything. Nobody is saying anything about it in Nigeria. Nobody. Why are you saying, even in Edo State, you are saying white men? Everywhere you see a white man, know that there is a resources there. They are there to survey the resources. Anywhere you see, you think, you in your mind being black, you think these people are here for vacation. They are never there for vacation. They are never there for vacation. Rather, they are there for to survey the resources, to know where the resources, how the resources is, how they will take the resources. Imagine, do you know, recently, if you are watching YouTube, you will see people from France, people from Belgium in the northern Nigeria. They have this this car. I don't know what is the English name. We call it camion. People live inside. How can you drive car from France? They will pass through Guinea, pass through every other country that had resources, pass through Nigeria, they enter Cameroon. They say that they are going on vacation. Those people are never going on vacation. It's because we Africans, we lack security. And that is why these people can travel from Europe, Belgium, from France, straight to Africa, pass through. Why are they going to the every side that have the resources? The one I watched, Guinea, they went through the side that have resources. Cote d'Ivoire, every country that those people passed, it was always the one that had something, the side that had something. They never passed through the barren side. They always passed through where had resources. And the government, is not saying anything about these people. As a black person, you cannot leave Nigeria, leave Ghana, leave any country in Africa and drive past how many countries in Europe. Do you know France is the number 4, the richest when it comes to gold? They are number 4. Google it. But these people, their land, you can never see their real sand until you go thick inside the bush. You can never, even to the bush, you can't see their real soil. They have no good. Last year when Ibrahim Traore and Assimi Goita, Tiani was fighting these people, they quickly came outside. They said, we have discovered gold. We have discovered gold. Where you people discover this gold? Where? Their general, he said that if we lose Africa, if we lose our hold on Africa, we will cry. We will suffer. Do you know this August that they just increased house rent because increase a light bill because what is coming is not coming again. Now they are indirectly buying from America. They can't take Californium the way they used to uranium and all this that they used to take the way they used to take it before. Now they are selling it expensive. The money they are owing, we living here, both the citizens are indirectly paying their debt. They are indirectly paying the debt. So Africa should stop. Nigeria now. Nigeria, if you Google King Singing 1974, you will see that what they discussed in 1974, how to reduce Nigeria, how to stop Nigeria from growing, is what they are doing because of Tinubu greediness, because of Nigeria. And we will suffer it as Nigerian citizens. They said if they allow Nigeria population to grow, that Nigeria will be bigger than US. Our economy will be bigger than US. So they will never allow Nigeria to stand alone. They will
So
never.
now you understand why Bill Gates is there with the GMO, right?
Yes. That is the Kissinger in 1974, that they will never allow Nigeria to stand on its feet. Because the day Nigeria is allowed to stand on its feet, and we will overcome them. And somebody will say that British is not aware. Let me tell you, if US and France want to deal with any country that British colonized, they go to British first. It's a deal. I will use Abe governor. If I want to deal with Dynamite and TM, I will go to Abe governor. When I go to him, if I offer him 40%, definitely he accepts truth because he's a greedy person. Let me tell you, a white person, white people, they are not like us. They are not like us. When it is time for, they don't like each other, but they always join hands together to deal with black people.
So are you trying to say that they are smarter than black people?
No, they are not smarter. Just that we don't like each other. They are not smarter. If they are smarter, we will not know their move. Just because we always have greedy
you
people.
know their move?
All this thing we are saying is we know what they are doing, but why are we?
Okay,
If you see this coup d'etat that happened
Mesako, if you know their next move, why do they still succeed?
Their next move in Nigeria now, they have contraceptive, they have GMO. Okay, when you now can you imagine that a doctor in Nigeria doctor was one of the one advertising GMO?
Lord have mercy.
How can you not? We
Lord have
know that
mercy.
we know GMO
Lord
is
have
coming.
mercy.
We know that they are trying to reduce us. Then a celebrity, they are snapping. Go to Nigeria celeb. They are snapping with him. They are happy.
Let me confirm. Did you say a doctor?
Apropos
Nigeria?
doctor, go to his account. He is one of the people that were advertising
Jesus
it. Say that
Christ.
it's not that bad, but it's consumable.
Jesus Christ.
But these people, they don't allow
Are you
it
sure
in their
about this
country.
information you are giving me, Mesako?
Go to their country. These people don't allow it. Just that we are greedy.
He's right, Aproko doctor. Yes, people are
If you go to
unfollowing
this
him.
this
a
Mali
native
issue,
doctor,
you see some of these
what
people.
kind
They
of
will.
doctor is he?
He's a real doctor, like
He's a
medical
real fucking
doctor.
doctor. A real doctor.
He met up with Bill Gates. They
He
took
snapped with Bill Gates
pictures
and
for
started opening his
the
teeth.
propaganda.
Let me tell you, do you know why these people, why inside this Eta Sahel, why Burkina Faso citizens, they are the best? See, I don't know how these people are doing it, but they have found out that tribe is not dwelling inside them. Hate is not dwelling inside them like us. Because Nigeria, you see, for us to succeed, they will pack Igbo people aside us to succeed. Did you see that there's no betrayal inside them?
Aproko doctor is Biafra,
He's,
by the way.
he's Igbo. Do you see that when Burkina Faso, I listening to Burkina Faso every day. These people, they are in holiday. Children are constructing the street. Parents are missing cement. As in, they are one head. They said, a la partie a la mort. In life and in death, we stand with our country. In life, even in death, we stand for our country, then we stand for Africa unity. Go and listen to their national item. Every time Burkina Faso person talk, you will hear a la partie a la mort. In death, in everything, we will stand for our country. You see those people, they are together. Come to Nigeria now. In Nigeria now, Samuel Ekpa, he said he want buffer, but how did he make $1 billion in Finland one day if these people are not being sponsored? Ask yourself, which Nigeria people contribute $1 billion plus for this guy one day? It's not even up to 30 minutes. That money was contributed for that guy. What if he is not in prison now? If he has succeeded, it means that you will hear one day 500 people, they are gone in Nigeria. If he is not in prison, let's not act as if we don't see people betraying us as Africans. Me, when I see anybody African, I'm scared of them, especially when the person is from Anglophone country. I'm scared of Anglophone. Although some Francophone, yes, some Francophone, they will reject you because you speak English, because we feel that we are better than them. But if you go deeper to them, the first person to betray you is somebody that you come from the same country or come from the same Africa, West Africa, at work, everywhere. We know what these people are doing, but how are we fighting them? One of us, we always said us to them. If you check this coup d'etat, how many black people is there? The person that is saying provide any Igbo person, if you insult me this morning, go to your state.
No,
There is
no, no, no,
nobody
no.
there.
That's not an Igbo person. I beg.
There is
That's not an Igbo
nobody.
person. Move.
Your state, there is nobody living there.
That is not a Nigeria person. Just go on with your whatever. I was
The
enjoying what
person
you were
that said you
saying.
talk too much is your mother and your father that talk too much. Since you people don't know how
Who
to
is that?
respect others.
Let me see. Who said that? What's the name?
Pratt Data.
Okay. Oh man, go ahead. You're saying I'm really enjoying the
You
conversation.
people should go and check. One day, it was on live. He made that money, and most of you are bragging about it on TikTok, and you're asking your mother a stupid question, idiot. So the problem of if a black man is a black man, ask me this woman that is a mother, a grandmother that joined this coup d'etat. What is her gain? What is her? And your sister
You
is
see a
gone.
grandmother.
Yes, if I used to, their mother is very old. I used to watch them. They show the siblings. They are twins every time. And the sister, she's always at the front fighting jihadis. Imagine all
Yeah,
this,
I looked it up when you said it and I saw it. Yeah,
all this
I looked it
new
up.
development. How their country is being, is no longer being governed by evil people, and she never loved that. And as a woman, did she even think they will allow her to be? She joined them. None of these people could expose these people. None of them. None of them could expose them. Nobody could say anything. And they went ahead. They went ahead. I've seen in Mali, they will say that most of the people in Mali self is not even Fulani from other place. It's the Fulani that they know. It's not even Fulani from another place. It's the Fulani they know. The same thing in Nigeria. They said that most of the Fulani unaliving is people that they know. And these people are we not the same black people? But you can never see a white man unalive a white man for a black person. Never. I will rest my case.
But yet the black man is wiser than the
And
white
there's
man.
white
Thank you.
people I've seen white people unalive themselves for black
Hold
people.
on, hold on, hold
Never,
on.
not
Yeah,
as
there's
quick.
a guy that is self-immolated for Biafra. Yeah, I
Okay,
remember that
no,
one.
no
How much?
problem.
If you dig down into him, a country is saying
We
him,
will
a
pick
country
that
is
up.
paying him.
We
It
will
was
pick that up. I want to hear what Proud. I think Proud was the one who made a comment in the comment section. Proud, go ahead and comment in the comment section. Proud, go ahead and then I don't know why did you make such comment and then give your take.
Is it me? Good morning. Sorry, my background is noisy, but I think I have to manage it. Let me quick one. You see, this I'm
Can you
sorry.
speak into the mic?
I'm sorry to say this. My background is noisy.
It's okay. Your background is okay. Don't worry, but just speak into the
Okay,
mic.
okay. You see, this lady. First of all, I'm from southern part of Nigeria. I'm an Ikama. I'm not an Igbo. My state and her state we share boundary. You see, she keep on talking about the Igbos. When you go to Italy, the people who are giving us bad name there are the Edos. When you hear a Nigerian being unalive in Italy, it's a
What are you
Benin
talking
man.
about, sir? Can you speak on the
So
topic?
I'm coming. I'm getting there. See, she keep condemning people. You talk about cultism in Nigeria originated from Edo
Come so
State.
that I can swear Ogun for you because I can't even
You
hear
see,
you. Pick up.
from Edo State.
Don't worry. Let's go to. I'm not here to do a toxic life, okay? If you're not intelligent to speak on the topic, don't come up. Have a good day. Sunshine, are you there? Sunshine, Naja. You can open
Yes,
your
yes,
mic and
yes,
then
yes, I'm here.
go ahead.
Good
Go ahead and
morning.
speak. Good morning.
Yes. I just want to support my sister we talk last. You are beautiful, you are strong, you are courageous. God bless you. People who are just talking nonsense, we no get 38 follower, where they talk, waiting be in name safe. I beg. Clear road for my sister. Make she stand. I come
I don't
support
block
her.
him.
Thank you.
I don't block him. I no get time for this
Yeah. That's
toxic
why I call if
life.
Africans, apart from unity, if we love, as I live abroad here, if one African person see another, it go come out to eye for bus stop. If white people see each other, then go hug each other. Who divide us like this? Eh? If they divide us, why can't we unite even locally? Eh? It's very disheartening. This thing they pain me. Since Ibrahim Traore come, my life changed, but people don't want to change. I love that man, but they give me vibe. But why people know they listen, there are still black people who are still against him. Eh? And this man, anyway, he has done his own. So let us do our own. So thank you, my sister, Miss. I can't pronounce
Misako.
Miss Zach. Thank you. I
Mm,
come up for you. Thank you. Bye bye. Good one, sir. Continue. God
thank
will
you,
will
Sunshine.
uphold you. Okay.
that
You see
sunshine
what
a
you talk, eh?
question, please. Okay.
You see what you talk, they give all of us hope. And you see people who come online who go against him are the people who take money and try to unalive
All
them.
those
Like the
doctor where
people
they
you
carry
see.
money, GMO is not a good
hmm
thing. All those doctor
mm.
because they are in the same cult. That's why they can sponsor it. But just forget about doctor. The human being in him is a serpent. Olori buruku. So I
Okay,
beg.
Dynamite.
Yeah, I mean, Sunshine says, "Oh, black people they see each other, they carry face. White people they hug each other, blah blah blah." I mean, like, so how do you propose we change that?
That's why I said the lights of Africa is Ibrahim Traore, and I gave an example that he has changed my life, my thoughts, my thinking. So why can't we embrace such thing,
So
you know.
because for me, when I say a black person, I see myself. So when people come online to talk about, oh, black people, they hate each other, I don't buy that
Did I use the
notion.
word hate? I said we did not
Okay.
agree. I did.
They
Don't
see each other,
misconstrue
they
me.
carry face. Okay.
Yes, it's not
Dynamite,
hate.
I
Hold
don't
dynamite.
do
on,
that.
hold on. That's you. If you don't do
But
that,
the person you
Dynamite,
see,
is
this
there
is not about
everybody?
you, Dynamite.
No,
It's not
I know
about
it's
you.
not about
I'm
me.
not
I'm
talking.
saying that
I'm
if she's
talking
saying that,
generally.
what's she doing
So
to make a
okay.
difference?
What I have
We
given
can
an
make a
example of
difference to
Ibrahim
start.
Traore.
Yeah, and
He
you
has put
too,
himself
not
on
just Ibrahim
lifeline.
Traore.
This should not be an attack. Even what we are doing now is an attack.
No, on a political level, Ibrahim Traore is
I
fantastic.
study politics and
Yes,
international
ma'am.
relations. Google me very well. I know what I'm
Yes,
talking about.
ma'am.
So
Okay.
let us throw light, not attack.
I'm not attacking you. Don't feel
Yeah, you
attacked.
did because you said
I'm
you hate.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if
Mind
you
your
feel attacked.
language.
Yes,
Black
ma'am.
man
Okay,
defender.
but I'm saying that it all starts with us. We can't keep throwing around blames. That's my point. Action speaks louder than words.
Dynamite, you say if you see black people, you
Yeah.
I
See
don't,
your own.
the person you are seeing like that is the person seeing you that way.
I don't care.
Okay, let me tell you,
I
in Europe,
don't. I
Dynamite, listen,
smile.
Dynamite, be smiling
I strike in conversation.
I swear you never experience what some of us has experienced. 90% of black people in prison, 80 was sent there by their countrymen. 80%. In Europe, I will swear to you, 80%. 80% was sent there.
What did they do?
Fake. You see this issue of fake grape.
There's a reason. There's a way to prove that.
See, let me tell you. In
Dynamite.
Europe,
There's a
before
way
you
to
prove
prove
this thing
grape.
is Dynamite, you are not living in Europe. Before, as a black person, before you go say I'm innocent, you are first of all paying 1 year. Sometimes, you don't even have paper, and they will just throw you inside the prison. A lot of Nigerian men, they have gone to prison.
Anyway, I'm
And
just saying
Nigerian
that
girls.
we can't keep throwing around these rhetorics without taking action. You, Miss
Please have
Sako,
your
you and I,
facts.
we have
Hello,
each.
please,
Hold on, let
Dynamite.
me finish.
Always have
Hold
your
on.
facts. Always have your facts.
Yeah,
You're just
but hold
talking
on,
without facts.
relax. Hold on.
You don't have your
I'm
facts.
talking to
I
Miss
am telling
Sako
you,
now. I'm
hello, I
talking
am
to
telling you
Sako
the way you
now.
are attacking or the way you are just trying to picture everything is not
You're
correct.
too
The way they are,
sentimental.
the way ICE, do you know the meaning of
You're
ICE
you're just being
in America
emotional.
today?
I don't know. I
Do
live
you know
in
the meaning
Lagos, Nigeria. I've
the meaning
never
of
traveled
ICE in
abroad
America
before.
today?
No, I don't. I
You
have
don't know
no
the meaning of
clue.
ICE.
No, I don't.
Go and Google ICE. What they
I
are doing
don't
to
have
black
Google.
people.
I'm talking to Miss Sako. Miss Sako, I'm saying that we can't keep throwing around these rhetorics.
Who are the ICE against?
I'm not talking
and
to you,
against?
please.
Yes, you are talking to everyone.
Hey, so
I'm
we cannot
talking to
coexist on
Sako,
a TikTok
please.
program.
I
This
beg
is an issue.
you. I'm begging her,
Just
but
come
she's not
online to just
listening.
come and talk.
Please, we have a
You
lot
have
of
to
people
talk
listening
with
to us. Can you stop this back and forth, please?
you know.
Yeah,
I know.
can we do so?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
for
I'm
us to
just
cool it
saying,
down,
guys.
hold on, to cool it down, let me allow what you call it. Let me allow deal breaker to come in and then we pick it back again.
Yeah,
Deal breaker.
I'm Dela, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Dela.
yeah, thank you so much for this
Deal
opportunity.
breaker.
Yeah,
Very good.
thank you so much for this opportunity. And I think most of the ladies here are so strong and they are very, very learned. Most especially, I say most of them, but most especially Miss Sako, what she's saying is very, very vital and can't be
Mr.
researched.
Cole is a midfielder.
Yeah, I believe. I also have another point that I've also seen as a weakness of Africans. The reason why our leaders, I want to go away from geopolitics and then enter within us. We have our weakness that we need to deal with, and those things has become the stronger backbone of our politicians within Africa. Why am I saying this? When you go to most of the francophone, let me say anglophone countries like Ghana, Nigeria, and so whatsoever, what the white people have seen that the anglophone countries are so strong. Honestly, they are very, very strong. So they've seen a weakness that we don't notify it. Let me show you. They use Christianity, tribe. Nigeria is very strong country. There's no way you can convince Nigeria man unless you use tribe. The moment you use tribe, bro, you are getting Nigerian. The moment you use church, you use religion, Muslim, there's that, you are getting Ghanaians. That's our problem. Like, why am I saying this? Let me throw light on the helicopter issue. I am not security expert. I've been a safety officer before, so I know a little bit about investigations and all that. Let's say something about the security thing. These pastors that have come on social media saying, "Oh, I've seen the president going to have accident. I've seen some people are going to have accident if they don't come and see me. They this and that." Bro, let's go to security aspect of this issue. It could be that those people that did that thing, because the flight blasted in the sky before landing on the floor or on the ground. Why am I saying that? When any helicopter, even helicopter travel up and come and land on the ground, the tail will be removed and the body will be there burning. It will not crash. It will not blast. But this one has been blasted and scattered. So definitely something brought down the flight. But these pastors are saying this, then that. I'm saying that these young guys, that when you check those people that prophesy, all of them are young guys that are trying to find ends meet. Young guys like me.
They need to be picked. They need to
Yes,
be picked.
young guys like me, 28, 29,
Play
31,
too much in
32. The highest will be 35. These guys are young guys. They are trying to make a living. They are trying to find something or to be known by the people of the state. So anything possible that will make them get ends meet or get money, they will do. So I am saying that these guys need to be picked and be investigated. They know something about the crash. You can't tell me that the old people in the country, they can't see again. Those people that have been saying things, Tim, you know it, that have been saying things and saying things, cannot see again. These young guys are the ones seeing and reaffirming their prophecies. And I think our politicians are the one encouraging all these things. Because when they are coming on power, they will go to these young guys to be validated for the church members to vote for them. It's not supposed to be like this every day. And when you go to the tribal side, so far as we have some greedy people in our Anglophone countries in the tribe, I'm throwing light on the tribes. We will never succeed because you must get money, people. I know I'm not going to mention them, but we have some people, we call them, you must get money. So far as you are this tribe, you must get money. TM, I hope you know what I'm saying.
Roger.
No.
Roger
Igbo
means
tribe.
I hear you. You see one
Igbo tribe, yeah. Their slogan is "You must get money."
You Ghanaians
I'm
don't know
not
how
trying to be
to stop
tribalistic.
fight. You Ghanaians don't know how to stop fight. These people don't bring problem for on ahead. Go ahead now.
Yes. I want, like, I have a lot of issues about tribal things in most of the African countries. See, so far as Igbo people are in Nigeria can never be stable. I'm telling you, because their slogan is "You must get money." Anything they can do to get money, they will do it. They are the ones sabotaging, snitching the government of Nigeria. We have some guy who is called End Nigeria. Look at a name like this. See, individually, most of them are terrorists against the country. It's not about they causing the terrorism, but their utterances and how they talk. Let's go to Congo. King Leopard. Is it King Lopo or Leopard? I don't know how to pronounce his name. I used to call him. Yes.
Leopold.
Yeah, Leopold. When he came to Africa, he used Christianity. If you like, you can check the letter from ChatGPT, GPT or whatever. That I think you can check the letter from there. I always read letters about these people. He came to Africa. He said he's bringing God. He's bringing Christianity. African people told him that, oh, we have our own God. They said, oh, somebody came to die, and African people told him, oh, we also have someone we use that person to see God. That's our gods. The small God that we worship in our houses. This man said, no, our own is barbaric. Let's use this. So he brought Christianity. So he used Christianity to lure the African people into that kind of activities. He started chopping hands, and he saw that Africans are so religious and spiritual. So he lure on that kind of aspect. When can we take our religion and emotions from our politics? See, when we don't take this kind of religion, emotions, all this analysis that we are all making here is in vain. Especially Miss Akko, it was saying something that I find it so important. If we don't deal with Christianity and we don't deal with religion or tribal things, bro, we can never go up, because that's our weakness. When you take that thing out, anywhere I see Nigerians in the foreign countries, anywhere I see them, Nigerians are so good people, but their problem is they will ask you, are you Igbo? What tribe are you from? Anytime you meet Nigerian man will ask you, where are you from? Are you from Nigeria? Yes. Which tribe are you from? You see, this is our problem that we need to deal with. It's a big problem. And when you see Ghanaian will not ask you, where are you from? So for us, you're a black man, they started smiling with you, talking with you. I don't remember when I asked somebody, where are you from? When did you come here? How did you come here? Like, you see, we have a problem of religion. We need to tackle it and solve these things once and for all. So right now, the president of Ghana is now confused and afraid, because especially the thing that he has brought, that presidential envoy letter that he brought, that letter, it sounds a confused person, because you can't have secular religion in your country. You can't have a secular religion in your country and affirming one religion or strengthening one religion. Like, if you see something about the presidential leaders of the state, bring it through this email. And one foolish boy came out and said, I don't know whether he doesn't understand email, or I don't know. That guy, is it Fire Uja? He is so illiterate. He said, before we can send the email, the president should buy us a car and give us fuel money. Look at this stupid boy. Illiterate people that know how to talk using microphones.
Della, go ahead and try and wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm wrapping it up. So what I am saying is, we have to deal with our religion, and then how to tackle our Christian bodies issues and all that. Else we can never proceed. We can never progress as a country or continent. That has been our problem. The reason why the francophone countries are not being get through that means is they have suffered a lot in these people's hand, and they have witnessed whatever happened in their faces. African people, our own is the 50s, which most of us didn't see it. So we cannot forsake those things. That's why they are getting us. So I would say our leaders should tackle those sides. This is where I'll learn. Thank you.
Okay.
To what
Thank
he
you,
said,
Della.
TM, adding to what he said, Who made us believe that a white person will send their only son to die for us?
This question is for who?
It's for
Yeah,
all
should
of
I?
us.
It's for me or who? Should I answer?
All of us as
I
whatever
am not
religion we
part.
practice.
I'm not part. Bella,
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead and answer.
madam, what you are saying here, every day I'm a Christian, I play keyboard. I'm telling you the fact that every day when we are tackling issues like this, take your emotions, put your emotions somewhere. They say they don't question the Bible. Who wrote the Bible? It's a big question. Who wrote the Bible? Then somebody will say, don't question the Bible. That's a weapon. That's a big weapon. They said, don't question the Bible. The Bible is this. Don't question. Who wrote it? Human being wrote the Bible. Human being compiled them. So for us, human being did that thing. That means something can be done. Something can be. They can alter the words in the Bible. Don't do that. So, madam, that thing that they said, somebody came to die and he's called Jesus Christ. That person. I don't know if Africans we name people Jesus Christ. So that should tell you that why is our identity changed? Some will be called Richard, Emmanuel, Paul. This is a kind of weapon. Even so far as they change your name and do all these things, your identity is gone. So
Okay.
these
When they
people
change your
let me
name,
wrap it
your
up.
identity is gone.
Yes, when they
Okay.
change your name, your identity is gone. These people came to us and I first stated that they stayed with us for a long years, and they got to know that we are too religious, so they have to use religion to do all these things. So as doing those things, they use the religion, and we say we are accepting religion. They have to bring their own their own thing to convince us that Jesus Christ came to die and then rescue us
Okay,
from our
Dala.
death. That before you go to heaven, you have
We
to.
need to move
So
on.
it's something that was physically made, madam.
Thank you. It's something that was physically made.
I
I want to
emphasize.
go to No Grief for Top G. Please hold on. You just came. Let me get through everybody.
Okay.
No grief for anybody. Go ahead after you, Zena and Top G.
Thank you, TM. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
In Africa, I think it's good
Your background noisy.
before we go into uniting Africa, if only some countries can go on
No grief for anybody.
military.
No grief for anybody.
Can you hear me?
Your background they noisy. We dey hear your background pass you.
I think I will go down and come again.
Okay. Zena, are you there? Kiki Blue, I see you. Take your seat in VIP. You
TM,
see
I
the
really
screen?
missed you, man. Yeah, I see the screen. It's
You
nice
need
to
time?
be. Huh?
You say you need time?
No, I don't need time.
Oh, okay.
I actually wanted to talk on what delay breakdown
Della.
said. And I would just say the problem with Africa, to me, is low racial esteem, which is actually a thing. And I just wanted to read what it says on the low racial esteem. So low racial esteem or negative perception linked to one's racial group can be detrimental. One way it happens is internalized racism. Individuals may internalize negative messages about their race prevalent in society, leading to self-doubt, shame, and self-hatred. This can involve in adopting prejudice, views against their own racial group, or trying to conform to the dominant group standards, which we see our leaders doing all the time. Experiencing racial discrimination, whether overt or subtle, can erode self-conscious, foster feelings of worthlessness. I wanted to read this part. Racial identity is a dynamic process by shaped personal experiences, family, community, and societal messages. Exposure to negative stereotypes and a lack of positive representation of one's racial group can negatively impact this development, leading to lower self esteem. Studies have shown that some racial and ethnic minority groups may be more sustainable to lower self-esteem due to the impact of societal stigma and negative perception. Um, that's what I think a lot of our people struggle from. And to be African, we do have bad experiences all over the world. So a lot of our people have internalized that, where they work against their own interest just because they're not looking at their own brother as somebody worth even more. Even our leaders have that kind of low racial self-esteem, because you even see them give up almost. They go to the west to ask for things. If they want to do something, they got to go to the west, because to them it feels like they can't do it without the west due to internalized racism. And they look at their citizens, the people of the countries, as worthless due to that too. And it's a lot to do with generational trauma. A lot of our countries went through so much, where a lot of our people are working against us, not even due to religion, not even just due to tribalism or all of that, is due to low racial esteem. And that is happening worldwide, not just in Africa. Even here in America, you see a lot of identity issues due to that. There is a low racial esteem when it comes to our race, which is the African race. We're Africans. We're black because we're Africans. And Africans are disrespected worldwide. And that experience we gain from the outside of Africa can change our mind and can change how we look at our own people, how we see them. Our leaders, literally, I kid you not, to my opinion, they look at us as worthless. They look at us like we don't deserve better, like every other countries. Where even in our household, you will hear things like, "Oh yeah, that's white people stuff," or "That's black people stuff," and sometimes is positive stuff is attributed to white people, and negative stuff is attributed to black people. We've even started doing that, where we've even started doing that where we have created derogatory terms for ourselves, where we say things that are literally not okay for ourselves, such as like good hair, bad hair. We have futurism issues. So all this stems from low racial esteem. And religion can play a big part of that, due to some people really believe Jesus was white, even though that's not the case. So they
Make sure you
automatically,
address the screen also before you land.
okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
Oh, I will land on that, but that's all I want to speak on that situation when he spoke on it. And I feel like we focus more on like tribalism and stuff like that, but not focused on the problem, which is that internalized racism has happened due to colonization and years of being down and looking at everybody else feeling like they're better than us. That's why you see Africans all the time trying to compare themselves to the West, China. It's always comparing yourself. That is low self-esteem. This right here, I seen the news about it because you posted it, and I was just mind blown, because it's like they're not even hiding anymore. Not that they were hiding, and to have a friend's agent to be a part of all this, which we already know, just goes to show that our problems is bigger than ourselves. The problems that we're struggling with comes from the outside. There are outside forces. So when we speak on like tribalism and stuff like that, we try to minimize the problem, which is there are people out there. The West is out there to get us due to our minerals, due to our land and due to our potential, like what we can do. They know what we can do. So they try to destroy us ahead and then bring the peace. So I just think it's very interesting, and to see that Black brothers are willingly working. I just want to know, like, what were they told? Did they even know what this mission was really about? I'm just really disappointed, to say the least, to see that it's still our own people who are working with the white people against us, even though we like to blame them all the time. But they can't do it without our own people. Money, that's it. Money is such a minimal thing where we don't have visionaries. Like, we don't have people who are looking for the vision of Africa. And I don't know why we would put money before our nation and then try to compare that said nation to other people who put their nation before the money. It's just insane to have our own people work against us. That's all I wanted to say. We got new people who would like to speak. Thank you for letting me speak, TM.
Thank you. Vibe Master, I see you. Take your seat in VIP. Uh, I'll go to Top G, but before I go, I will just say that it might hit hard. It might really hit hard. You see a grandmother inside it, and then you ask yourself, and these are top security personnel, top. You hear captain, lieutenant, major, like, and this person has been able to bring all these people on board. So it looks like some Africans want to make money by fire by force, and it doesn't matter. But among these people, there's one guy, Dambele. I posted a video today, not long ago, and he is actually a very close friend of Assimi Goita. Okay, they fought wars shoulder to shoulder. They fought they did, close. If I say close, like close. And he is part of it. And any of you who have seen the video and the old pictures of him and Assimi Goita side by side, it shows you the history keep repeating itself. You look at Congo, you look at Gaddafi, you look at Patrice Lumumba, like, what's going on? Like, I don't know, but we will get there. Top G, take your turn, and then Kiki will come in, then we have an open panel. I don't know.
All right. Morning, everyone. I can say that concerning the question that you've just asked there, who do we blame, the enemy or the one who calls you a brother? I will blame all of them, but I will be more leaning to the enemy. You know, we as Africans, we are suffering a lot because of the system that was injected on us. You know, when the Europeans planned to colonize us, those guys sat down and prepared themselves and come up with ideas on how to make sure that they grab everything that we have. And they came up with a system. And they knew very well that, okay, if we can set up a system to destabilize these people, so if they can manage to conquer this step, what is the next step after this one? So they were prepared. So it's a long-term suffering. That is why they came up with a system of colonization, and there was a time where we fought for the freedom, and we thought that we won, but at the same time, we didn't defeat the system. We might have defeated the historical assault that we had, but the physically, spiritually, and also emotionally and mentally, the system is still dominating us. Because the first thing, again, what they did, they came up with a system and temper to compromise our educational system. The educational system that they gave us is one of the reasons why we are still suffering today. The reason why they came up with this education system to compromise and also contaminate our mentality is because they wanted to give us a rapt as low self-esteem among ourselves, and so that we can lose confidence. A reason for that, if you can check, the history that we've been taught, especially even here in South Africa, we've been told that when white people came to South Africa, they came with mirrors, and then our ancestors exchanged those mirrors with their flocks of cattle. So they were trying to tell us that our ancestors were so stupid to even reason. So that is another way of trying to use that education as a weapon so that we can look down on our ancestors. And then once we read and obtain the history that is compromised, we're gonna look down on our ancestors, and again we are looking down on ourselves. So, but to prove that it's a lie, the education system that they're giving us, our ancestors were using weapons that were formed out of steels. They were using weapons that were formed through steels and copper, and also I can say iron instead of steel. So you ask yourself, how did they manage to extract the copper and iron, whereas white people were not here before? So it tells you that our ancestors were so smart to that an extent that they even knew metallurgy and even mining before white people came. But that history was compromised. We were never told. The only thing that we were told is that our ancestors were here eating raw meat. They were useless. They couldn't maintain their land. So they were defeating us mentally. So the education system is the one that is affecting us even today. That is why our brothers, they are selling out, because the most whom we call educated ones are the ones that are becoming more loyal to the system, because the education system is pushing them to be sellouts. The education system that we have received as Africans is there to work against us, to fight against Africans and become loyal to the imperialists. That is why, if you can check, even companies that are owned by the Western imperialists, black people are crying about salaries. And who is gripping, who is prohibiting people to get paid? And one of our black brothers, the one that we think that is highly educated, is the one who's becoming a gatekeeper, the one who's protecting the assets of the imperialists and making our brothers to suffer. And again, to also emphasize on that one of religion, I heard De La Breg saying something that the religion that was given to us, the Bible and other stuff, you know, the Bible was not written by the Western imperialists. It is not the white people that came with the Bible that wrote them. No, the Bible was there before those guys became the dominators of this world. The Bible was there even before the Roman Empire rose into power. So, but when the Roman Empire rose into power, they began to colonize all these nations there in Europe, including Asia and also the northern part of Africa. So what they did, those guys, they saw a lot of mosque palaces, including libraries. They destroyed people, but they couldn't destroy those places. The reason for that is because they were so smart to that an extent that they wanted to learn the ideological principles of each and every kingdom on how they were governing their nations. So they gathered all those informations, and also they went to Israel, and then they colonized those people and then persecuted them and destroyed Israel, the ancient Israel. And then they took those scrolls from the Bible words, and they even destroyed the Greeks and even took some of the writings of the Bible that were written in Greeks, and then they gathered all those information. So the Roman Empire realized that there were some biblical contexts that were exposing their wickedness, because Bible is full of prophecies. So they realized that the Bible was exposing them. And again, the Bible is saying some of the books were exposing the true identity of the ancient Israelites, because the ancient Israelites were people of color, were black people. So they destroyed some of the books and leave those books that were suitable for them, which is the modern day 66 books that we are having now. That's why if you can go to Ethiopia, Ethiopia is having 82 books in the Bible because it was never colonized. But all the colonized countries here in Africa, they are using the book which is containing 66 books. So those books were the chosen books of the Roman Empire because they were not that deep when it comes to exposure. So they came with the Bible as if they are the writers of the Bible, so that us as African, we might think that these guys are like gods. So that's how they colonized us, even mentally, spiritually, and they destroyed a lot. They destroyed a lot. They even changed everything. They changed the date of birth of Jesus. They changed the day of worship. They changed everything. They destroyed Israel, and then that's why the modern day Israel that you're seeing now was established in 1948. So those ones that we see there, those are not the real Jews. Those are the heterogeneous multiracial ethnic group. They are the Ashkenazi. Those are the fake Jews. That's why even if you can check, even the prime minister of Israel now, he called himself the Jew, but he's predominantly an Ashkenazi. He was born from Poland. And his real name is Benson Milwaukee. He was not Benjamin Netanyahu. So the modern day Israel, those are the orchestrated Israelites by the white men, so that we might look them as if those are the ancient Israelites and they are the chosen ones of God. Yet the ancient Israelites were black people. They were destroyed and they scattered all over Africa. So the system is the one that I'm blaming. Our brothers, I also blame them for being attached to the system and being refusal to accept the change for Africans. But we are suffering a lot from the system, people. The system of the imperialist is the one that is making us to suffer. And again, one more last time is that they are using democracy to capture us, because the way democracy is presented to us, democracy is a beautiful thing on paper. Democracy is the beautiful thing when you define and describe it. But practically, democracy is contrary to what is presented. So we are still suffering. As long as we are still loyal to the system of the white imperialist, we will never save Africa. We have to do away with democracy, because democracy is a weapon being used by the Western imperialists, which they stole from the Greek ideologies. So that's why, if you can check, look at Traore there. Traore went against democracy because he realized that this is the system that they are using to elect and endorse their puppets. So he had to go against democracy in order to conquer the system. The same, Gaddafi wanted to go against the system of democracy because he was too fundamental to understand that this is the system that they are using against Africans. So as long as we are still loyal to the democracy, the system of the imperialists, we will never overcome this system. That's why even those people there that you have posted on that picture, those are the loyal people to democracy. So yeah, I rest my case. I can say that I took too much time, guys. Yeah, so guys, let's be fundamental on this one. Thank you.
Wow. It looks like some of you have been waiting for a live stream to bring your research across, and this was really deep. You really touch. And you are laughing. Yes, so I'm not going to lie. This is a researcher speaking. It looks like a lot of you have been waiting for lives like this, and I love this kind of conversation. MB, do you have time? Yeah, AJ, nice having
I
you.
just wanted to come say something quickly. I'm not free really.
Okay, no problem. So, I don't know who is Kiki. Kiki, you are next, but if you guys don't hear from me, I have a lot of moderators on the screen. Go ahead, Kiki Blue.
Good morning, good night, good whatever it is. A happy Sunday to everyone. I'm just waking up. I kind of heard bits of what a lot of people were saying. I mean, the last speaker, I think Zena was very good because she said a lot of things. And then the last speaker as well has touched on so many levels that is difficult to unpack. What people don't realize is that the white man, the colonizer of before, is never ever our friend. And that's basically it. Everything they do is calculated. Every transaction they make is calculated. They know exactly. They sit there and they plan it, and they know exactly what they need and from where. We know this. A lot of Africans go off and steady. Nigerians will tell you how intelligent they are, how amazing they are with their PhDs, their master's degrees, and everything else. And yet they still haven't cracked that they have to gel with each other regarding tribal lines. They don't see that. They would go out. And with Ghana as well, our biggest problem is religion. And we have all these smart people, and yet we haven't cracked that religion is the cause of our problems. Nobody is saying that you shouldn't believe in God. Nobody is saying that there is no God. If you look outside of your house, the wonders of God is evident. And yet you think you have to go into a church and be controlled by someone else. You think someone else has to be transcribing the meaning of the Bible. People don't realize that every particular church we go to has a different translation to what's going on in the Bible. For example, why can you not look? Africa was lush, beautiful, and it gave us food, enough food. And we had laws of farming, of fishing. We had laws for doing so many things, of living, of building our homes, so that our homes were not either hot or cold. We did everything with nature. There were laws of nature. And yet we threw it all away when the white man came. We threw everything we knew. We didn't keep anything. And any group of people who kept the old ways of living were either backward or evil, or and so there is where Zena is correct. We talk about self-esteem. Do you people know that? And everything I'm saying is coming back to what is on the board, the people who planned a coup against the Malian government. Everything that I'm saying has a connection with this, because human beings, I speak Africans, and I'm mostly concerned about Ghana, we do not actually appreciate what we have until we are actually losing it. We do not see what we have been given, bestowed by God, the actual God who created this earth. We do not respect nature until we are losing it. And we've practically lost it. If you look at Galamsey, somebody else is coming from their country to come and take what is yours. And it is at the last moment that you realize you're losing it. And that's the same situation with these stupid people on the board who have plotted against their government, who is trying to get them back on the straight and narrow, the same way that Burkina Faso is doing. How can we live? And you see, people do not feel guilt. I think all of these people should be whipped. Every morning they should be whipped and then pushed back into their rooms. their prisons. They should never see the light of day again. And this should be a lesson for other people in all of the African countries. Do you people know that one of the things that always makes me so sad and breaks my heart is when an African builds something, when an African creates something, and it is wonderful. When an African builds a car or finds a scientific research on something, they think the West needs to see it. They want to show it to the Western world. And then the African is either poisoned, maimed, gets lost. And yet again, someone else will do the same thing, will build a car and take it to the West. We do not appreciate our own. That's the biggest problem. You don't need, if you create something, if you sit there and think of, don't show it to the Western world. They will steal it. They will take it. And look, the plan is to keep you impoverished. You are going to constantly be poor, and they will constantly be rich. And it is that kind of greed and power that they exact upon us that our leaders also pick up and also treat the people. The leaders think we are stupid. All they need from us is our vote to keep them up there. And when we wield them into power, then they don't need us anymore until the next 4 years. And we keep repeating the cycle constantly. Why? What is wrong with us? We need to re-educate ourselves. We need to decolonize ourselves. And yes, it is true. Top G said a lot. And it's our education. The way that we think. We think that help is going to come from somewhere. Constantly. We are constantly looking for validation. Can we not be proud of who we are? What black people, and when I say black people, it's encompassing all black people, do not realize that you have powers within. God created you differently. That is why you do not even have weapons. And if you have a small weapon, you use it against each other. These evil, sniveling people, they have weapons to use against you. One day, we will become wise. But I don't know if it's going to be in our lifetimes. Or by the time we realize, we will be totally wiped out. Now, a research was done, and it came out just a few days ago, that within 10, 20, 30 years, there will be very few people in the Western world because each of them only have 1 or 2 children. Whereas in Africa and Asia, people keep having loads of children, especially the Muslims. And so the world is going to be covered by mostly Muslims. Maybe that's when our self-esteem will rise. But I want black people to know that when these Islamic people get power, they will re-instigate slavery. And black people, if you haven't gained that pride of being black, that pride of being African, and that pride of not looking outside, but looking within, they will come back with their horses. And this time, it will be metal horses. And they will wipe us out with might. Because they have so much anger in them. So whilst we trick each other, steal from each other, plot against each other and do all these evil, snivelly things towards each other because we are directed constantly. Every coup we've had in all our African countries, there was infiltration from the West. And it's one person whispering into the other people, giving them money, giving them things, promising them things they don't even give them at the end of it. But we never learn. I don't know why we don't learn. My people, we really need to re-educate ourselves. We need to grab our power back. We need to feel pride. Black is beautiful. Black is a gift. To be an African is the ultimate gift God gave you. We look at God differently. The God that the white man is telling you about is not that God. There is a God. Water, common water is God. You cannot live without water. Water is actually oxygen. Guys, we need to re-educate ourselves. I get frustrated, and the older I get, the happier I get on one side that, well, in my life, I've done some. And then the other half of me is sad because we still haven't learned. Be proud of who you are. Think for your people. Think about your surroundings. The dream is to be in Africa, for Africa to become a superpower. You were told you were superpowers, and then you were told you were not. And you believed them. You believed these evil, snivelly people. You need to take that power back. Take it back. I don't want to talk much because I just woke up and I've just been listening. And I know that we need to do something, but I don't know what. As for these people in Mali, they need to be kept in prison for the rest of their lives. And every morning they should bring them out and whip them and then send them back. And they have to be used as an example to the rest of the leaders of the world. Look, Sankara was betrayed by his best friend, Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba. And I want you guys to go and research it. Betrayed by his best friend, childhood friend. Everybody who wanted to do something for their country is constantly being betrayed by the betrayal. Is someone coming to tell you, let me give you some money, and you poison your master, or let me give you some money and you do X and Y and Z. Look at Gaddafi, betrayed by his own people. Look at his country now. What was that? They wrecked their own beautiful country. They were rich. What is wrong with us? What is going on with us? Can you not see, or do you not read, or, what is going on? All skinfolk is definitely not kinfolk because we all think we're black. We all think we have friends, and it's our friends who betray us. It's jealousy and envy. And the case in point is, look at Ghana, for example. And I know there are people from different countries on here listening. But Ghana had people come. Everybody was welcome into Ghana. And yet we are being betrayed the same way by the Igbos, by other people. They're doing things to us. They do not appreciate what we give them. We are kind, etc., etc. My people, we need to think, and we need to share what we think about. We need to strengthen ourselves for a future for our children. For our children's children. Somebody did it for us. If it didn't, then look at the Ghana plan. Ghanaians, that was the plan. We do it for our children. We need to help each other. We are too selfish. Come on, people.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, let me move.
I'm sorry, I've paused because there's
Take
noise in
another fish.
someone's background, and yeah. We need to be more in control of our lives and always look at the world or your country like your home. If you are busy protecting your home, protect your home. Look at your country like the way you protect your home. Look at the people of your country, the way you protect your children, your siblings, your parents. Maybe that's the only way we can move forward. We need to be more aware of our surroundings. Anyway, I don't know who is supposed to. Okay, I don't know who was here before any of these people. Okay, I don't know. Miss Sakolo.
I have spoken. It's Daniel.
Oh, it's Daniel. Okay, Daniel. Daniel Dot. Daniel, are you there? Going once. Daniel, going twice.
I don't think
Captain.
that. So let me jump on the mic. I'm back, guys. So I posted something in the chat, but I wouldn't be able to speak about it. But everybody can do research on Antonio Salazar, the 1956 speech on anti-colonialism and anti-white sentiments. He's a very popular man in history, and what he spoke about is what is happening in 2025 across Africa. He spoke about what we call neocolonialism. And the question is, what is neocolonialism? And my answer would be, neocolonialism can be referred to continued dependency vis-a-vis maybe economic, political, cultural influence or influences of former colonial powers and other global actors. In economics, we call them the unforeseen. Sorry, can you mute your mic? All right, thank you. So it's called, political, economic, cultural influences of our former colonial powers. And guess what? It comes through indirect control. Should I call it indirect mechanism control that perpetuates Africa as a whole, because I guess we're Africans here, dependency, and it hinders what we call our sovereign state or our sovereignty they have given us. And they do it through one, economic exploitation, resources extraction. I saw a Congo flag here. I think she's gone. He or she, I don't know who that is, but I'll get to that. You know, Africa is rich in gold, oil, cocoa, mineral resources, uranium, etc., etc. They export our raw materials at low prices, while Africa imports expensive finished goods, which creates a distant wealth disparities. We also have what we call the SPV, and in the English name term, it's called multinational corporation, MNCs. And these MNCs, in Nigeria, we call them special purpose vehicle. And these MNCs are often from Western countries. They dominate the key sectors in Africa by extracting our resources with minimal local benefits. And I think Kiki was talking about Burkina Faso, Sankara, and co. We'll get to that. You see, Burkina Faso produces over 57 tons of gold annually. But historically, foreign companies have reaped majority of the profits until the recent nationalization by Ibrahim Traore. I'll get to that because I don't have enough time. Then there's what we call what Nigerians and Africa, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Mali need to understand. If you ever work in a government institution and you ever have access to loans we take from China, somebody asked about China, so I'm going to put China in the mix. Not just the West, not just the IMF and the World Bank. We'll talk about the Chinese also. So either the Eastern or the Western Bloc do not like us. Unfair trade and debts. They give us, there's what we call an unequal trade relationship and loans from institutions like IMF. You see, when the West, France is now in $3 trillion economic debt, they've been exposed. But when the West goes to all these international organizations like World Bank, they give them 2%, in fact 1%, 0.something% interest loan. When it comes to Africa, you get high percentages of interest, which they know we cannot pay back. And in economic term, we call it debt trap, right? They impose conditions that favors foreign interest, trapping countries like Nigeria, Congo, Ghana into debt cycles. The CFAs, the CFAs, is used by 14 African countries. And guess what? Their central bank is not in those 14 African countries. The central bank is controlled by the French Treasury, ties monetary policy to France, limiting autonomy. So we're not really independent. So somebody spoke about China, so let me just throw China in the mix. Somebody in the chat. So what about China? Yes, there's what we call the BRI in China. And I know this from the CCEC project, the real projects going across Nigeria. I don't know about Ghana. So I use Nigeria as a context. And I was able to have information on the Nigerian loans taken from China till today to build infrastructures like the rails we're seeing all across Nigeria. However, Nigerians don't even, and it happens not just in Nigeria, all across like that, even in West Africa, about these loan conditions. And before I go to that, let me tell you about the BRI. Maybe TM, I'll send you some declassified loan conditions or loans Nigeria has taken. I don't know about Ghana, but I can speak about Nigeria. The loan conditions. This is how they do neocolonialism. So there's what they call the BRI, like I was saying, which is the Belt and Road Initiative. And they've invested across 54 African countries. In fact, as at last year, it was $2 trillion in real China has given Africa. But guess what? That loan also, China is not better than the West. They give us high interest loan risk, debt dependency. We are going to enter there. Remember, there was something that happened when President traveled to which country? Was it America or Canada? He should traveled somewhere to Europe, and his plane was seized. Presidential jet was seized on landing. Was it even UK? I can't remember. I think it was UK. And opposition were laughing that your president cannot return his plane. Well, why was the plane seized? Because the state in Nigeria took out loans from China, couldn't pay back. Another that they didn't read the loan
It
terms
was
condition
France,
properly.
Abe Governor. France.
Okay, thank you, my sister, for reminding me. France. And it was seized. Imagine a president left stranded because Nigeria was owing debt to Chinese company, and the Chinese people quickly went to court, had a court injunction, and they seized presidential jets. That was a big embarrassment and blow to Nigeria. And this is part of the high interest rate loan risk debt dependency. And this mirrors neocolonialism. Then we have the political interface. And I'm going to use Nigeria and Ghana as a case study. There's what we call a sword that has a double-edged sword. So I don't know about Ghana, but maybe Kiki, me and you can have this conversation. In Nigeria, we have two main political parties. And I'm sure in Ghana, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Kiki, you also have two main political parties. Is that correct, Kiki?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So when the white man gave us democracy, they gave us democracy on a two political party structure to be able to control us indirectly. Because the more you have more political parties, it will be very difficult for, these foreign powers to negotiate trade deals or whatever. Also, you have AFTA, free trade zone. I'm sure you have it in Ghana. Do you have AFTA too in Ghana? African Free Trade Zone. Kiki.
I'm not so sure about that, but I can let you know that in initially, you see, we had just one party, which was the CPP.
Right.
We did not start with two-party systems. No, we had one party. But when the coup was engineered in Ghana, and
It became a two-party.
yeah, because it seemed like
That was the
for
NLC, the
us
National
to
Liberation
have,
Council, correct?
yeah, no, it seemed like the
Yeah.
meaning of democracy is to have a different
A
option.
two-party.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So thank you very much. I remember General Ankara when he overthrew
Yeah.
Nkrumah
Yeah.
and then PG
Yeah.
Rollins. Yeah. I know
So
that history.
people were allowed, and they wouldn't allow a third force, which
God bless you.
was,
So that's what. Yeah, that's where I'm going. The third
yeah.
force. The neocolonialism does not believe in a third force. That's why I say you should read Salasa report or speech about anti-colonialism, and I'll get there. So the next one is political and foreign influence. So our former colonial masters like Britain, France, they maintain influence through military presence and political meddling. We've heard John Bolton speak about on a live, who was the national security advisor to President Donald Trump, that they do polls, they sponsor polls, they meddle in African politics. This is a national security advisor that came on live TV. And yes, the two political party was structured by the West. In Salassa's, Nicolas Salassa, Oliver Nicolas Salassa, you can read the report. So French troops were stationed post-independent to protect interest. Just like in Nigeria, we kicked out, British troops long time ago when we started our Fourth Republic under General President Obasanjo in 1999. Now, if you have independence, why would you have French influence or British influence? Do you have a British station in Ghana, Kiki? I mean,
No,
British.
no, we don't, but we have an American. We have American
Base.
forces. Yeah, bases
All
in
right,
Ghana,
so,
and we have
all
it
right,
right inside of our. I don't know if you have cantonments, because we do have a cantonments
yeah,
area,
we have cantonments here. Yeah,
and
we have
it's not
cantonments.
far from our military base.
All right. So this is what they do by spying,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
So this is another point of political and foreign influence, which I'm trying to explain. We can also remember. So let me come to the Sankara issue. When interfering in our independence to protect their own interests. That's why they set up this political and foreign influence. Remember the intervention in the it was 1997, right? Yeah, 1997. The coup against Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, who sought to expel foreign influence when they tried to chase out. That is what they do, and that is what is happening in relation to what's happening in Mali today. So we can see a trend, and that's why I always tell people you have to remember history. He who does not remember history will repeat itself. When Western backed up coups and sanctions, often through regional bodies like ECOWAS, and that is why I know Kiki does not believe in ECOWAS. I personally, I don't believe in ECOWAS. Kiki, can you correct me if I'm wrong if you believe in ECOWAS?
No, I say that, and I will repeat it just so that anyone who doesn't know should know now. I do not believe in ECOWAS, and I do not believe in the African Union. Everything that is nasty is happening in Africa right now. Where are they?
God bless you.
ECOWAS has actually said that we should allow people to travel, the whole African Union thing, so
God
that,
bless you.
Pan-Africanism, people can travel freely. We should open our borders 90 days. 90 days gave a man who came into Ghana with a carrier bag. He has been there for 30 years and nobody is blinking an eye. He
All right.
is not supposed to be in our country. There are many things linked to him in our country. And then
Right.
people of his ilk are asking me questions of why I'm mentioning Igbo and not China. My friend, my actual enemy is my same color. When they say all skin folk is not kinfolk, my color is doing me evil. Of course, the Chinese man and the white man are also doing me evil. But the one who is calling me brother with the same mouth is the one who does me worse evil, because you are supposed to be looking, we are supposed to be looking after each other. Don't even talk to me about that. I am very against ECOWAS. I am very against African Union, and I will damn well don't even mention Pan-Africanism to me.
Okay, so I agree. I'm anti-Pan-Africanism as well, due to the fact that we have two blocks of Africans. We have the Africans, the Saharan, Sub-Saharan Africans, and we have the North Africa, which is Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt. They classify themselves and their beliefs in the Arabs. They believe they're Arab Africans. So I know Pan-Africanism won't work because we know what they've done, but we're not going to go into that. So let me continue with the coups and sanctions. So you're like ECOWAS, targeting governments resisting neo-colonial control. And you're right, ECOWAS is a covert, is an SPV, and that's why I use the word SPV, special purpose vehicle of neo-colonial control. And I'll give an example, now anybody knows the example. You see the likes of Ibrahim Traore. He has faced different coup attempts to overthrow him, and then there were allegations of the invisible hands of the West interest. I remember he expelled French troops and he ended the CFAs. And that is part of it. And there's what they call a proxy regime. So you see, a proxy regime is Western regimes propped up through elections or aid or serve foreign interest. And remember I spoke about a double-edged sword. So you see, two political parties, they will do the bidding of their colonial masters. African president. I'm a supporter of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I love him. But at the end of the day, we know the West still controls indirectly or directly what it does. It goes to France, goes to UK. What is it looking for? But that's the politics for another, that's the conversation for another day. So they do proxy regimes, pro-Western regimes, through election.
This what you just said now is why I don't trust you.
Wait,
Sorry
let me
for
learn.
that.
You don't have to trust
That's
me. That's your
I
thing.
don't trust you. You work for him. You
No
love
problem.
him.
No problem. He's our president. He's your president. So, but let's not go into Nigeria. This
I
is
don't support
Mali
him.
and Africa. So let's not stereotype it to Nigeria. So let me move on. So Ivory Coast has been used as a base, and we know this. Staging coup against neighbors like Burkina Faso, blah blah blah, Ivory Coast, Gabon. And remember during the Biafran War, these were the two countries French uses still today, stationing, declaring Biafra as a state because they were under French control. Now we have this cultural domination, media. TM asked my sister before she left Dynamite that you've been, Dynamite said she was pro CNN, and that is what they use. They use media. So there's what we call cultural domination. Western media, education, blah, 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 they shape African identities. And I'm happy my sister, Dynamite, said she was a CNN junkie. I don't know if Kiki was here, but TM was here. And this is how they brainwash us systematically. Then there's what we call the neocolonialism, wealth disparity. You can see Africa, the gap between the rich and the poor is so wide. That is another neo-colonial economic structures. They contribute extremely to the inequality gap in Africa. I'll give an example. In Nigeria, we don't have middle class. We have the upper class and the lower class. Thank God my sister is there, Ms. Zako. And the upper class will continue to get rich because they align with the Western ideologies. They are SPV candidates for the Western ideologies. Let me give you South Africa as well. The top 10% own 90% of South African wealth, a legacy of colonial, or shall I call it neo-colonial system that concentrate resources among the elites and foreign entities. That's why we have foreign entities. So there have also been resistance, like we know here, of this neo-colonialism, which we spoke on. The Mali, the Burkina, their gold mines, building refineries, full self-sufficiency, which they're doing in agriculture in the AES countries like Niger. And that was why, France wanted Nigeria to attack Niger. And I think, yes, Ghana is also under the AFTA Treaty, which is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. which is to propose, trading amongst African countries, to decentralize finance, like, cryptocurrency, to bypass Western-controlled banking, which the West have fought. In fact, in America, I'm sure they banned on all these bitcoins, on all these crypto things, because it's to bypass. So this Pan-Africanism, my sister Kiki spoke about, there's a grassroots support for leaders like Traore, Ibrahim Traore, and our historic father, Kwame Nkrumah, reflects growing resistance to foreign interference. And this is why they are fighting back. So while colonialism or neo-colonialism is framed as a Western issue, we have emerging powers also, like Russia defending the AA's country, like China. Also, they contribute through resource-driven investments. They take your resources and they give you security against the Western imperialism. So you see, these two people is like choosing between the devil and the deep ocean. The only way Africa can liberate is if we love one another.
Can I just say, yeah, but you see, Abby, whenever you say that, and it's a Sunday morning and I'm tired and I don't want to have a fight with you. However, whenever you say that, it then makes me
How
think...
is your best friend, Chichi, your new best friend?
My new best friend now. I'll have to look for her later. I kind of fell asleep in the middle of all of that. But one of the problems when someone says, Africa, we need to love each other, and you are fighting with your fellow tribal people, it doesn't sound right, and it's bothersome.
Yes,
because,
I agree.
Yeah, because you
Even
see...
Even Nkrumah, Kwame Nkrumah said, we must love each other, but must respect each other's boundaries.
Yes, now...
Remember the famous...
Yeah. But you see, this is boundaries within boundaries. So that is a bigger issue. For us, it is very easy for me, being from another tribe, to move into a totally different tribe in my country and feel quite fine and live there for the rest of my life. Everybody will know the tribe I'm from, but I am living amongst, and it's a mix and match. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And that is how, so we have moved. I find it difficult even discussing it, really, because when we talk about this whole tribal thing, in Ghana, it is not a thing. It is not a thing. It is not a matter of contention. It's not even a matter of comparison or nothing. It's nothing. Yes, I'm from a different tribe, but I'm a Ghanaian nevertheless. And it is more the Ghanaianness that is important for us. So it means that there is a hurdle that we have crossed unknowingly. It is not a problem in Ghana at all. And that is the thing. Whereas it's a problem in Nigeria, it's a problem for the Tutsis and the Hutsis. It's a problem in Rwanda. It's a problem in Congo. For God's sake, what we need to know, what we need to do is to rather, within every country needs to sort itself out. Every country. Look, China is a country that was having serious problems. And it may be having problems still right now, but it is not as big enough not to allow them in 30 years to rebuild. China is now a major force, and America is afraid of it. Now, Russia, that America is making it seem like Russia is a dead. No. Russia is busy building itself. It's correcting who is right.
Let me ask you a question so we don't go in tangents. Have you ever heard of Samir Amin, Neocolonialism in West Africa, 1974 report? Have you ever heard of that?
No, I haven't, because 1974, where was I? And, I'm now growing to learn a lot of these things, and some of these things I don't pay attention to them, because whenever I see things which have the label of Pan-Africanism, neo-colonization, I think it's words, and it creates more of the confusion.
What do you
Mm.
want?
I
What
don't
do you
believe in
want?
I don't believe in Pan-Africanism as well. So I'm on the same page with you. But if you look up Samuel Ambed, I put it on the chat on neocolonialism in West Africa. Everything you're saying was indirectly or directly what is in that report. So that's why I said Samuel Ambed. So in your spare time, you can just read about it. Just go
Yeah,
on
yeah, I'll
Google.
go and look for it and read it in this week because you see, I don't know what's happening to individual thoughts of Africans that's going on, and I don't know how we will make them see the dangers that we always invite, especially the need for validation from the Western world. Can we not do things on our own? For example, and I'll give a very base example, in Ghana, we have earthenware pots. We cook in earthenware pots. And one of the major pots in a Ghanaian household is the one where we grind peppers and things. Every household in Ghana and across the world, if you're a Ghanaian, has it. They have it. They bring it from Ghana. Everybody has it. It is called the earthenware pot, and we use something called a tapolin, and you put your tomatoes, your peppers, you grind every vegetable in it. Nigerians are always abusing us. They say it is a pot for worshiping gods. It is this. Nigerians don't. It's on Facebook. Nigerians will not give us peace over it, and yet Ghana still continues using that pot. This is how we must be. Who cares? Who cares? Everyone has their strengths, their systems, their cultures, their living, and you must embrace it. Don't embrace the Western world unless it is good for you.
I
Take
agree.
only that which is good, but do not ever throw anything that is important away. I will never throw my eggs away. I have 6 of the damn things in my house. I use them, I eat in them, I grind in them because that is my heritage. Now, until we learn to appreciate what we have, and until we learn to take only that which is good from outside,
So Kiki,
we
let me
will
address
never
something.
prosper.
Kiki, let me address something. So people are saying I use Pan-African quotes and do not agree with Pan-Africanism because the current Pan-Africanism is a sham. What Kwame Nkrumah wanted was a Pan-Africanism or a Pan-Africanist that respected boundaries. But Africans now, we do not respect each other's boundaries. That is what Kiki is explaining. And as I said, I agree with Kiki. Pan-Africanism is not a bad idea, but because Africans don't respect people's boundaries, you abuse people's sport, you abuse people's country, you stay in Ghana, you say you buy Ghana. It is why people are fighting against Pan-Africanism. And that was not that wasn't the Pan-Africanism Kwame Nkrumah preached. So I know your brain, Mr. Vibe Master, you don't understand. So you can be on the but go ahead, Kiki. I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I get tired of this because the problems we are facing are within ourselves. Somebody said we should all stay in our countries. I don't know whether the person was being sarcastic or stating a fact, but we need to rebuild. We need to think. We need to rethink about, do we have a future, or are we going to allow these people to ruin us? Pan-African is not the answer. Pan-Africanism, it is a utopian idea. Utopia is to think of something that is hairy-fairy and will never come into fruition. How can we have Pan-Africanism when people, tribes are killing each other in their own countries? What are you talking about? Why are you looking at my country when you are not sorting yours out? Those are my issues. And look, China rebuilt itself. Russia is determined to keep itself it will do anything to keep itself. And then we have the parasites, like what's happening in the Middle East. You go into someone's country, you are cut a piece of land, and then you are pushing into, and now you are disseminating the original people of the land, and it's crazy, and we are all watching. And as we watch, the whole world, the superpowers are all watching. If you do that, do you think if anything is happening to you in Africa, that these people will come and help you and
Of
save
course
you?
not. Of course not.
And when we talk about Pan-Africanism, the map of Africa includes Egypt and all those other Arab countries who do not feel African because they are not black. They do not think they're black. What are we talking about when we talk of Pan-Africanism? What does it mean? Look,
Okay.
right now,
So,
everybody needs to go and tidy its country up. And when we have traitors in our country, we bring them outside every morning at 6 o'clock, whip them with horse-tail whips and for an hour, and then send them back into the prison room to think until the next morning. And we need to have these thoughts, and we need to rebuild ourselves, and we need to threaten countries where there are tribal descent. We need to make Nigeria realize that if you are not building yourself within Nigeria and you are sending your people out to disturb other countries, you are the problem. You are part of the problem. And I'm not joking. I am very serious on a Sunday morning.
so let me just let me land quickly because I need to go back to sleep. I just woke up to and I agree with you. So there was a famous person. It was an European named Antonio Salazar in the General Assembly speech in 1956. And it was addressing the rise wave of anti-colonialism and anti-West sentiment. So let me read the speech. And it was a Spanish man. And this was what has caused Spain to where they are today. He was fighting against colonialism as a Spaniard. And I'll come back to the 1884 Berlin Conference and the 1914 Berlin Conference. I see somebody, in the chat saying, yes. Okay, let me even start with that before I go to this speech. You see, when the white man started the first Berlin Conference and the second Berlin Conference, they cut Africa into bits and pieces. And this is why we have structural problems. It's like building a house. Once the foundation is faulty, that house will never stand. And I agree that the foundation where the white man, but we can fix it and we can rebuild it. We can rebuild our foundation, which is fine. But African ethnic tribe nations, we have thousands of, ethnic tribe nations in Africa. We're mixed together and we're broken out into bits and pieces. And the question you ask yourself is, in Europe, we have what we call the European Union and the EEC. But yet, they are from different ethnic nations, and they align. However, Kiki also spoke about Gaddafi, Libya. When we were trying to do our African Union, who were the people that went against one Africa? Or who were the people that acquired Gaddafi? So these are the fundamental issues. It's not like, Pan-Africanism can work. I mean, they're doing it in Pan-Europeanism, the European Union. That's the opposite version of Pan-Africanism. And they respect their boundaries, they respect their borders. If you're a German, you go to Portugal, you behave yourself. If you're an Italian, you go to Spain, you behave yourself. They respect their borders and boundaries, right? But when we tried it, of course, they will never let us unite. And when they cut us into different countries, this one, you take this one, Portugal, take this one, German, take Namibia, British took Western Africa, and France took their own sub-Saharan African. They knew what they were doing to divide us. The more we divide each other, the more... See, I have a saying that's a quote by myself. I said, a black man from birth from the womb of his mother has challenges. You can never discuss intercontinental development with a race that is confused.
No, you see, I disagree with you. I disagree
Why?
with you. A black man that is born is the luckiest human being on earth. And as they grow, they are taught. They are then that is when the whole thing starts. The hypnotic teachings of Confucian, the destabilization of the black mind. You see, the black man is the luckiest human on earth. But they do not, by the time they have grown, they have been disseminated, their brain, they've been confused. They are strong willed, very intelligent, and very, very strong minded African men out there. Let me tell you, they are just not in the forefront. Of course, Tuare has come up, very strong man. And I hope that the people around him are strong enough to stay true to his dream, because he is the man with the vision. The African man is people like my father and other people's fathers in their homes doing their work. And the strong man in Ghana, for example, who came out and stood firm, is Kwame Nkrumah. And there are loads of people around. Even Kwesi Abrefa Buzia was a strong man.
So Kiki, I think you didn't let me land. And
No,
let me just give it a
because some
point.
of the thing, I don't want it to go south. I do not want this
No, it's not
discussion.
going south.
The
So you
black
can debunk
man
it. Let me just give it a
is
phrase. Let me
born,
give it a
is
phrase.
gifted. It is where they
Yes.
take their gift that is the problem.
All right. So let me give it a phrase correctly now. The average black man from birth already has a lot of battles. And we can see in the chat, and I'll relate this thing to the chats, what people are saying in the chat. Black people are fighting. You agree that we're fighting each other. Biafra people are coming to your land. That is the battle I'm talking about. So let me give it a quote. The average black man from birth already has a lot of battles lined up waiting for him to face. Be it tribal, as we see in Nigeria, spiritual, religious, as we see, Christianity, Islam, and our traditional deity. Racial, as we can see, racial, inequality, racial, racism, xenophobic, as we can see across. So, my thing is, the average black man from birth already has a lot of battles lined up waiting for him to face. Be it tribal, spiritual, religious, racial, xenophobic, etc. You can't talk continental development with a race who inherited battles they know nothing about. And I can prove it to you. When exactly what you said, I'll prove it to you with your own words. When they gave birth to us, we knew nothing. But because the world is shaped about, they colonized the black man in Africa, because black race begins from Africa. I don't believe in all those ADOS. These African descendants of slavery, free-born America, those ones are just jokers. Every black man comes from Africa, in the continent, motherland, right? So when we've inherited all these biases against ourselves, the division, and I'm related it to what somebody said in the chat in the Berlin conference when they divided Africa, the colonial masters. And that's why you see tribal wars, the Tutsi. You also mentioned the Tutsi and the Hutu. You see the Yoruba man fighting the Igbo man. You see different tribes across Africa fighting one another. And this is part of the tribal wars I'm talking about. That we knew nothing about when we were born. We didn't know about Biafra when we were born. It was what our parents told us. We didn't know about the wars in Congo until you came to this world and you live in it. Compared to a white man that was born in a system that is a bit fair to them, but a black man struggles from birth because this system has been structured against them due to the 1884 that it was.
No, you see,
amended in the 1940s.
Listen. This is why I say Ghana is very advanced when it comes to this direction of discussion. So I cannot keep up with you. I not even keep up, but I don't want to go there because that is not my reality. My reality is fine. So the white man went and sat in Berlin and drew maps for us. They drew maps. Let me tell you that with the map drawing in Ghana, for example, our neighbors, the Togo and the Ivory Coast, we kind of feel that they are still part of Ghana. Of course, we respect their sovereignty. So they are a country, fine. But for us, the Togolese, there are Ghanaians who are Togolese and there are Togolese who are Ghanaians. And they mix and match. We don't have any problem with them.
So you
And
just
the
proved my point,
misconception,
my sister. My sister, you just proved my point.
no,
Exactly what you said.
listen, Abby, wait. There are people on here. It's not a discussion with just you and I. There are people who do not need misinformation. The truth is that these people drew maps, and the way that they drew the map, they didn't realize that you are drawing a map and just, some families are here and they're related. It's just land. So, but we take it like that. The lines are blurred when it comes to Ivory Coast and Togo.
So, Kiki, let's stop there on these Togolese. Let's stop there, please. I want to ask you a question. So thank God for bringing the Togolese, and I've said this time before. So you see, Benin Republic, Togo, and let me use those two countries. Let me stop there. I don't even want to put Ghana in the mix, so let me put Benin and Togo. You see, my ethnicity, Yoruba ethnicity, right? It's cut across African countries, e.g. the Togo and Benin were mentioned. So if you're talking about unity,
I'm not talking about unity.
no, I'm not talking about unity. If you're talking about a black man, so a black man has a brother in Nigeria. Okay, let me use Yoruba. A Yoruba ancestral land is maybe, Ife according to history. But Yoruba is in Nigeria. A Yoruba is in Benin. A Yoruba is in Togo. How do you think they can unite? A Yoruba is even as far as Cuba, as far as in Brazil. Transatlantic slave trade, remember? Now, how would you now say the Yoruba, my tribe or my ethnicity, can unite when we are caught across different continents?
I'm not saying you should.
So this is why I said they have divided us, my sister.
No. You see, you are still caught up with this division thing that someone else divided you. Can you not think spiritually? And can you not think, okay, so my people are across the sea? What's wrong with that?
Kiki, have you heard about Martin Luther and the 95 Theses? Have you ever heard about that?
Yes, I have. But listen.
Okay. What do you know about Martin Luther?
Some of your argument is looking like, look, I'm a Ghanaian, so don't get it twisted. There's not much you can say to me that I can listen to you and I can even go and do research on some of the things you say, but it doesn't change the fundamental truths of life. Now, the fundamental truth of life is what I'm telling you. If, for example, your argument is based on the fact that you guys were all together and then somebody came and took some of your people and took them to Cuba and took them to Brazil and they did this and did that and then drew a map and forced you to live with people, it is not just you, it happened too. And I gave you the examples of the two sides of Ghana where we have Togo and Ivory Coast. Not all of Ivory Coast we related to is part of it, and the full Togo. However, we respect their sovereignty, so they are independent countries. All three of us, Ghana, Togo, Ivory Coast, everybody's leading their life. But we know in our hearts that these are our actual people. I will let you know today that we have confused ourselves by thinking because we are English speakers with you guys, so you really are our people when you're not. We don't even think the same. We don't. And with this infiltration of the Igbos, which I always go back to because that's at the forefront of my mind at the moment, you realize that you people are different from us. We have similarities with the Togolese and the Ivorians that we don't have with you, even though they speak French and we speak English. The fact is because of the drawing of the map that has tried to make us different, but we're not. Fundamentally, we are the same people. Now, because we are like that, in Ghana itself, we have Ashantis, we have all different tribes. We have the Gans, we have this and that. their cans and all of that. However, we know that we are Ghanaians. We are Ghanaians first and foremost. And then our fallback and our comfort zone and our where we suckle on breast is our mother, and our mother is our tribe. Now, I will never throw my tribe away, but my tribe is encompassing to make Ghana as a whole. Look, what I'm trying to tell you is, yes, very well, you have the history and you're saying, and whenever you go back to the Benin map, the map was drawn, but we know who our siblings are. We know, but we need to keep our country whole. We cannot survive if we are constantly looking on tribal lines and therefore we are unhappy and Ghana has to thrive. That and for you guys, you need to go back to the drawing board and decide that Nigeria has to thrive. Nigeria has to thrive. Now, look, you cannot have unity if continually you are talking about things in your country that is not putting you together. And then you come outside and start telling me, look, I don't want us to fight. Nigeria, yes, fine. We are the two English-speaking countries, but continually things are making it difficult for us. And we're it's not as if we're not aware, but we are now learning the dangers of even trying to say that we're brothers. It's not working. This marriage is not where it's not sibling. We're not brothers. It must have been a forced marriage. And this forced marriage is where the map was drawn, and yet it's we are the English speakers. We don't even speak that much English anymore. We'd rather speak our national. We speak Twi and everything else. I speak Ga all the time. I speak Twi when I can. I speak Hausa if I should. Look, I'm much more happier with my people because we have a common goal. All the tribes of Ghana have a common goal. And that's what we know. That is the whole idea. And I wish other countries would think the same. And until you reach that level, then we can come and talk about anything else. We can talk about even being cousins.
All right, so let me jump on the mic. You mentioned religious, and you mentioned about people being separated. I always tell people you must respect your boundaries. Even brothers, even in a family, you must respect your brother. You must respect even your child. Sometimes you tell your child, "Please, can you pass me the biscuit?" Or you still put "please." So respect is reciprocal, which some African lies. But where I disagree with you was, I have the 1914 Berlin Conference report, not on me at the moment, but history. I always take people back to history because if you don't know history repeats itself, and history is repeating itself in Africa. We must stand united, but we must respect our boundaries. Like, Nkrumah said, Africans don't respect each other's boundaries. And that is why we find ourselves where we are today, right? And the reason why they divided us was for us never to be united.
Listen, and I keep stressing to you that fine, the maps were drawn. Why do you not just take it like that and have a common goal? Whenever you have a common goal, it's like people, there are marriages on this earth, marriages. And forget about country, we're human. There are marriages on this earth where people have a common goal. Therefore, they put all their personal things aside to deal with the common goal. The common goal would be...
So you're right. Your reality is different from my reality. And I'll tell you why, in a nutshell. You see, when they were dividing Africa, Nigeria has over 300 ethnic groups. So it's like you're marrying 300 wives. That's just crazy.
Okay, fine. However, now, hold that thought for a second. Abubakar, there's this person here, Abubakar J, who says, True power is hidden within unity, not in division. I'm not clear. Abubakar, do you want to come up? Do you want to request to come up and explain what you mean? Because my point is, the unity has to be within and then comes out. We are united in Ghana. No, I don't know where you're from, so I can't say you. But Nigerians, for example, are bringing division into Ghana. This is a good example. This is a good example. We need.
So, Kiki, let me explain what Abubakar is trying to say.
Yeah, no,
Then-
don't do it.
Okay.
I want Abubakar himself.
Okay, Abubakar will do it, but let me in my own interpretation. Let me give my own interpretation. So let me
No,
address Abubakar.
I don't think you understand the meaning of unity anymore. Because we've had all these discussions, I have
Yes.
come to the conclusion that you don't
Yes.
understand the meaning of unity. Because
Right.
unity is not you uniting with Ghanaians whilst you're fighting
course
with
not.
people in your own
Of
country.
course not.
That's not unity.
So let me give you my own definition, right? And my own definition is united we stand, divided we fall. That's one. And I'm not saying unite with Cameroon or Ghana or Ivory Coast or whatever. I just mean countries don't do it alone. There's nowhere in the world, even America, it's not one tribe. There's so many people. They have the Irish Americans.
Okay, hold that thought. Minister 448.
So
Minister 448.
He's
No,
gone.
he's
So
gone.
let me just go on this tangent. You see, you said religion. If you had told me traditional religion, of course they have traditional religion in Ghana, I would have believed you. But when the white man came, they came with Bible on one hand, sword on the other hand. They gave us the Bible. They took they colonized us. So sometimes, and that's why I referred you back to the Martin Luther 95 thesis in the 1500s. Martin Luther challenged, he was a German monk and he was a theologist. He's a very famous person.
Yes, the Lutherans. I said yes. I know about the Lutherans.
So why do you think he disrupted, this Bible and this disruption on on the power and the efficiency of indulgences and so many things? Why do you think Martin Luther, why?
Let me tell you something.
Kiki,
My
wife Dede is calling me, so let me just quickly submit. So let me wish her good morning. So, the rise of the Protestant, even some majority of Christians that are not Catholics do not even know the genesis of Protestantism. And we have to give it to Martin Luther. He was the one that gave birth to what we call today's modern day Christianity in the 1500s, more than 500 years ago. It challenged the papals and the Catholic, the doctrines, the indulgences. It was called the sola fide, like bona fide, sola fide, right? It challenged it. And this was what gave birth to. So even this Abrahamic religion, Christianity, Islam, is alien to Africans, right? So you cannot blame people when you now say, Nigeria is not good, pray to Jesus. Nigeria is not good, pray to Prophet Muhammad. They are not. That is alien to us. Yes, God exists, but it was given to us by our colonial masters through blood. They came in with the Bible.
Listen,
right?
Abby, I don't think I'm a very good person to have these discussions with, because I'll tell you something. For me to be able to argue properly, I have to speak the truth. And the truth is that in Ghana, for example, even though we are a little bit hypnotized by religion, it is not to the detriment of other people. It's not to the detriment of, we do not take that force of religion that because I am Christian, and therefore that is no, it doesn't work like that in Ghana. However, in Nigeria, it does. You take Christianity to its extremes, to the level where you hurt people because of it. You have your doctrines to extreme levels. I meet people abroad, outside of Ghana. Nigerian women will ask, so where do you where do you attend church? And I'm like, what does my Christianity got to do with you? You know, I feel, I get annoyed and disturbed when people ask me. It is private and personal. That's the world I come from. It's got nothing to do with you. Who I worship, what I do, is because it's not a biggie in my country. My country, our religion is, it engulfs us personally. It's got nothing to do with my neighbor's religion.
Okay, hold on on that neighbor. So let me pause you on that neighbor.
When I say neighbor, I'm not talking about neighbor and then you think of Nigeria. No, Nigeria is very far away from us.
Okay,
At
so
this
hold on there.
moment in time, let me tell you, the way I see Nigeria now, and there you should see, you see where I'm coming from with my argument. The way I see Nigeria now, it's like you people are from a different planet, basically. You are not our neighbors.
All
My
right.
neighbors are Ivory Coast, Benin, and all these other countries. Burkina Faso.
Yeah, so let me bring a broader context for you. You see, Nigeria now has a population of let me just even say 200 million for statistics' sake. Do you not know that if today a war breaks out in Nigeria, the humanitarian catastrophe will spill across Africa first before it gets to Europe? Do you not believe Ghana will be affected?
We are building a wall. We are building a wall.
There's no wall you can build.
Ghana,
if humanitarian crisis, God forbid, happen, Africa will be destabilized.
Abby, so hold that thought. Miss Bauer, hello.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself. Where are you from and what?
Yeah, I'm from Ghana and currently I'm not in Ghana, so yeah. I can't mention my location.
I can't hear you. There's some noise in the background. Let me sort it out.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I was looking for where the noise was. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I'm from Ghana and currently not in Ghana, and I can't mention my location.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, so I was listening to you people for quite a bit now, and I think you are saying you are making more of sense. Why? Because you mentioned of our common goals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense, because don't be mad, Nigerians, because your expectations are too high. That's why everywhere you go, you have to make a chaos there, and you know what I mean? Because you people want to live like, I don't know, whatever. And in Ghana, we are not like that, really, like how Kiki is saying. We don't force ourselves to get everything. We understand life is about sharing, and love. We do bad things too, though, but you know what I mean. So it's not about any religion or Berlin thing. Is all these things is past. You understand? So we are here today. How can we make all things right? To me personally, I think our expectations, you know what I mean, we should minimize it, We should understand no one in this life was ordained to live like Bill Gates or get wealth you know what I mean. And if you check in history, Nigerians are the smartest people in doctrine or in theology or whatever. If you read, I normally found they've been doing good things, but I don't know why. You know, I mean, allowing religion or whatever or tribe dividing us. You know what I mean? Because really, what is going on in Ghana right now wasn't nice thing to me. I never wish it could happen. But it is what it is, everyone should be in his country to try, and build themselves, We are one Africa, But if we get chance to be in other African countries, like we should behave, we should obey the laws, what I mean. Our expectations should be minimized because this another man's country, what I mean. But Nigerians, they never listen, they never will understand because they want to be rich. They want to have everything this life, what I mean. Which is very, very bad, This is why I feel like Nigeria should understand because you are rich more than every African country. If you check, you have oil, you have all those things. But because we are always blaming the religion, blaming tribes, that's why, I see we are all over around the world today, we're suffering, So, yeah, I think we can do better.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Juicy. Oh.
Brother, thank you very much. I respect what you said. That indirectly, I think you remind me of Nkrumah.
Yeah.
We must respect each other's boundaries.
That's it.
We are united. United, we see. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. And this is what I'm trying to understand. Yes, there will be some nitwits that want to, that don't want to respect boundaries. But what's currently happening in Ghana? Agreed. But however, we must, and I'm happy Sakina is here. Sakina lives in Spain, and I'm sure you know who Spanish history is. And I've not even gone to that because Madam Kiki keeps on pushing me left, right, and center. But there was a guy that they will teach you in Spain history. Antonio Salazar speaks in 1956, addressing in the Spanish Parliament, addressing the wave of anti-colonialism and anti-white sentiments. Sakina, have you heard of Antonio Salazar? And this is why Spain is broke. Is the brokest after Greece. Is the brokest European country because he did not believe in this capitalism and socialism idea. He was a nationalist, but the whole entire Europe fought Spain for him standing and believing in nationalism. So anybody can look for Antonio Salazar, Saleza, speech in 1956. But let me read the speech so Nikki will understand the concept.
Can I just say that there are loads of people on there. Please, can you tap the screens to keep the lines going? Also, anybody can come up, please. I will not argue with you. You can say whatever you want. The only person I'm arguing with is Abi Governor because, I mean,
because I'm your in-law. I'm your in-law.
This is just crazy, man.
Yeah, this is what it is. You see?
I know.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
beautiful.
okay, this is what the Nyamre don't want to hear. And Mr. Abe, we can no more take any in-law again. The damage that the face
Buenos dias. Mi cuñada. Mi cuñi. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo vas?
We don't want, you see, this in-lawship, I think, as I said previously, we are divorcing because this whole thing is ridiculous. And I want everyone to look at, someone in there is saying Egypt is fighting and that, and yet they want, everybody needs to look around them and say, I am from, mention your country's name. Hold your hand in your heart and say, I am Egyptian, I am Ghanaian, I am Nigerian. And from there, we start to do something with whoever we are. We need to respect ourselves before we can even respect someone else. And one of the things that when you watch Nigerian films and a fight is about to ensue, the Nigerian woman will say, hey, respect yourself. Respect yourself, and yet you don't respect yourself when you step out of Nigeria. You are constantly causing problems everywhere. And I'm not going to say Igbo, because when people travel outside of Nigeria, whether you are Igbo, Fulani, Hausa, Yoruba, you are all holding the one passport. The one passport. How is it possible? Anyway, the topic today is these people who betrayed or attempted to betray the president of Mali. They were planning a coup. These coups are always being orchestrated by somebody else from a Western country. And these people who cause the coup are black people from the Mali. From, why can we not look at, as I said, at the common goal? You are Malians. What do you want? Do you want to be richer than the country itself?
Yes, the problem.
Are you not thinking of the country that you are in? That people will have good hospitals, good food, and a good life, but you want to be bribed by a foreigner so that they wreck your country. Look at countries where the Western world made them get rid of their leaders, and look at how the countries are now.
Nikki, let me ask you. I said, Nikki, Kiki, let me ask you a question. You're in the UK, so you know. So let me give you the unity. I agree with what Margaret is saying in the chat. We have the Scottish, the Scots, we have the English, we have the Welsh, we have the Northern Irish. But guess what? They still come under one umbrella called Great Britain. Do you know why? Do you know the only currency in the world that has a surname? Do you know the only currency in the world that has a surname? And do you know why? A surname, a first name and a last name.
What, the British pound?
Pound sterling.
It's called the pound sterling.
Oh, sterlina.
Do you know why they call it the pound sterling? Why it has a first and a last name?
Tell us,
do you know?
Today.
But you're living in Scotland, so you should know. Scotland
my friend, tell us. And stop telling people where I live.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so the reason why it is called the Great British Pound Sterling is because of the unity, the Scottish, the Welsh, the something. So they made it. And if you look at it in Scotland, if you look at the pounds, it's different. The 20 pound is different from in the structural, face value is different from the English 20 British pound. So this is why they use that word pound sterling to unify different ethnicity: Scottish man, Englishman, Welshman, Northern Irishman, and they unified it under what we call the Great British Pound Sterling, the only currency with a surname. We have Nigerian Naira, Ghana CD, even dollar said that is strong. United States dollar, it doesn't have a surname. Or Britain. So that is a critical example of to show unity amongst different ethnic nations.
Yeah, but we don't have. CD is like when you say Madonna. It's a powerful one name. One name is encompassing the whole of Ghana. So the name CD is it's our legal tender. It's our I don't know how to say it without sounding proud or boastful, so I'll leave it there. But the city will rise and fall, but never get lost. That's all I'm saying to you.
It's your anthem.
Keke,
oh yeah, go ahead.
Keke, you see the question what you put on the table now, and the question that you are trying to ask, why, and you even use the word black. Even if you say black is like from different country, his own soil. Look, what they did to the Mali is not, the difference is, let me say, a few from what we are passing through at this moment in Ghana. What happened? Our own Ghanaian people sold us to this so-called Igbo. As I used to say in my grandmother language, they say, if a wall did not crack, a lizard will not get its way to
yes, we have that in my grandmother's language.
You understand me?
Yes.
So always we should hold
each and every one, if we should hold ourselves accountable to what happened in our countries. Look, do you think this so-called scammer can have access to our leaders without a Ghanaian holding his hand to penetrate him? Do you think this man can have access to our royal family, our chieftaincy, without being one mumu holding himself because of peanuts? Because of peanuts, they sold an African man can sold his soul to his own demon. That is what is happening now.
Whenever you, and I agree with you, whenever this kind of betrayals occur, you suddenly realize that the people did not love their country.
No patriotism, no
No.
loyalty.
And that's the problem. People are not patriotic enough.
We are patriotic
Or do
to
you
our stomach, not to our
sure you
nation.
can never have 100%?
Yeah,
Sakina, it's
yeah.
called human nature. You can never have 100% of human beings perfect. So you always have the traitors and the betrayers, the Judas in every society. It's normal.
But
It's
no,
normal.
but when you
No, it's not
look at
normal.
the European, Abe, when you look at the European, it's not that they don't have their differences. They have it, but in minimum, you can see it visible, like the way we, the African, were doing. So this one, I'm going to generalize it. I'm not going to say Nigeria or Ghana or no. I'm going to generalize it because what we are facing, all the African continent were facing this same thing. The same people, the same grandchildren were the one who betrayed Africa. Up to now, we are here struggling to construct because of a few betrayers. Just look at the 24 nations of Africa. You get in this continent, maybe 4 people, 5 people can destroy, can dismantle all the plans that they have. They did it in Ghana with Osajifu Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. They did it in Nigeria, Burkina Faso. Why we Africa? Why can't you sit down and look at the things the way it's supposed to be and put our hunger, our self-ambition aside and build our nation? With people like this, do you think we can get to anywhere? We can't. With these people like this, the YT doesn't come directly. They use our own soil people.
Exactly, sister. You see, we Ghanaians, we think alike. Exactly.
So sometimes, yesterday I was with Abby on the platform and I even slept. I even said this morning, do you know there was a guy that came, it was in something Dread Dragon, calling Ghanaians ghosts because I was holding him accountable. God being so good, Mr. Ziza was there and he intervened. He said, "You are calling Ghanaians ghosts." He said,
What's
"Sister,"
ghosts?
he said, "We are ghosts."
We are what?
We are ghosts.
Juju.
And I gave to him, I said, the whole of your entire Igbo people who are in Ghana, that you are here fighting for nothing. Those this thing should pay them. And even if they drink the water should choke them. They asked him to come and apologize. He refused. I said, look, I don't need his apology because I think in the Igbo language, they don't have the word sorry. Because if they have the word sorry and thank, we wouldn't be here talking about this. We're supposed to be
No, but it
about
is
development, how Africa can achieve something. But look at, because of one people, yesterday I was telling people we need to go and make research the origin of these people, because they are not only a traitor to Nigeria, but the entire African continent.
Let me tell you, there was a platform where, I don't know, I will send it to you. There was a platform where they were asking the question, of where the Igbos came from, who they are, and what is their history. In fact, I invited Abby to come on to that platform,
Okay.
and
Besides,
it was very
That was my brother
interesting.
giving the history.
now that was the same
Yeah.
platform yesterday, no, Abi, no?
Was it the
Yeah, yeah,
same
yeah.
platform?
Yeah, that was the
Olabola.
same platform.
And
Yeah, that's my brother giving the history.
it was quite interesting to see people's views and how the whole thing was going, because I think that if you get out of this tribal thing, you will suddenly realize how much you love each other,
Yes,
and then
yes,
all
yes,
the
yes, yes, yes.
all the Igbos will come and resettle in their lands, and everybody will be so
KK,
happy
hold it
again.
there, hold it there, hold it there on the tribal. We are not tribal. Tribal means, even Elon Musk said politics is tribal. And when people say tribal, non-Nigerians don't get it. So let me just explain tribal in Nigeria. I am a Yoruba man. Yoruba is not a tribe. Yoruba is an ethnic nation, right? So I am from what we call the Oyo Empire. That we are
Oh,
the
for God's
biggest
sake,
empire.
it's all words, my
When,
friend. You are
no. Let me explain the difference between tribe and ethnicity. Tribe and ethnicity. Because you know when you say you're tribal, Yorubas are even tribal amongst themselves. So this tribe that I say Yoruba and Igbo is not tribe. Yoruba is not a tribe. Yoruba is an ethnic group.
so. What's
So
Igbo
in my
then?
own group, okay, so exactly. So now you want to learn. Igbo belongs to the Igboid ethnic group. Igboid. Igbo with Igbo with the ID. IGBOID. Yoruba, like me now, I'm from Oyo State, the Oyo Empire, the greatest empire in Africa.
Oh my
And
God.
Danger is from Egba Empire. Oh, yes, Danger is from Egba, which is also a Yoruba stock. So you see why people say that tribalism, that is not tribal. Is when me and Danger now start saying Oyo is better than Egba. That is when me and Danger are playing Yoruba tribal sentiment, tribalism. So I cannot never be tribal to an Igbo man, because an Igbo man does not come from the Yoruba ethnic nation. So the difference between ethnicity and tribe. So my sister, a simple Google search would make you understand that tribe is different from ethnicity. So I am not tribal to Igbo people or Hausa or Fulani or whatever. I can only be tribal to my own ethnic, sub-ethnic tribal group, which is a tribe. We have Yorubas in Cuba. We have Yorubas. They are called in Brazil. They're called the Nangos. They're Yorubas. In Ife, they are called the Oduduwa people, where Yoruba spiritual aid came from. We have even in the northern part of Nigeria, we have Yorubas. They are called the Okun people. Even in Ghana, they are called the Gas. So that is why Yoruba is an ethnic nation. In Togo, we have Yorubas. They are called the Eguns. That's another tribe of the Yoruba ethnic nation. So you see, I don't like it when people say tribe. If I start playing tribalism with a Benin person, a Benin Republic person, or a Togolese person, a Yoruba Togolese or Yoruba, that's when you can say, I am being tribal to Yoruba Benin people. I am being tribal to Yoruba Cuban people. That's when tribalism comes in. Thank you. So you know the difference between tribal and ethnicity.
Actually,
Sakina, Demelo,
somebody has come to say that
Kunyara.
Yeah, I hear story. I'm here.
somebody has come to say that Europeans give you tribes. You have powerful kingdoms, cities, states. Don't limit yourself. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Ghana, for example, the genesis of our problem with the Igbo man is because we have kingdoms. When the map was drawn, we have taken it like that, and we have accepted our kingdoms have merged, and we are getting on fine. For someone else to come and attempt to build a kingdom within our kingdoms is a very huge issue.
That's not
So,
right.
for those who don't understand it, maybe the understanding is coming out slowly.
Yeah.
And this is our issue. Now, we cannot have another foreign person whose great grandfather was not born in any of our kingdoms to come and you can't look. People have established themselves. They've been living here for years, and then suddenly you appear, and in 2, 3, 4, you are coming to build a kingdom within a kingdom. Whose kingdom are you building this kingdom in? So
You see,
anyway, I think that Nigeria is a vast and open country, and people can build kingdoms freely and happily wherever they wish, especially if they come from Nigeria.
you, KK, you
Yes.
see, one thing is, these people,
You are wrong, Kiki. You
The
cannot
only
build
way you
a
can build
kingdom just
kingdom
like
is
that.
through blood.
you
You
see,
can't.
It's only through blood. All the lands are taken in the world. All the lands. That's why you see Israel, Palestinian fighting. See, the only way you can grab land in this 21st century, 2025, is through war and blood. Anybody will get land, they protect their land. And Palestinians are suffering from not protecting their land. It's through blood. You can only colonize people these days.
let's,
Grab
Abby,
land.
No,
Abby, let's look
can
at
Miss Sakala
Equatorial.
wants to say
War and
something?
blood. So
Miss
you
Sakala,
cannot build kingdom
please.
anywhere.
I am.
Maybe in Ghana, if
Please
you can
tell
give
me,
them forage.
Abby. There are
Forage.
people on the platform. They need to speak.
In Nigeria, I was just saying that in Nigeria, you can't build kingdoms like that. You can't just wake up.
Yeah, no, do want to crack on batting
Whether you are in Nigeria or no matter what, even if you're in Nigeria, you can't just wake up and build kingdom. In Nigeria, kingdom is by blood. Being a king in Nigeria is by blood. You must be from a royal family. It must be you to ascend the throne. You don't. It's not something you just wake up because you have money or because you feel like doing it. Or we don't even allow you go to other people tribe or other people land because you are in Nigeria. Say you want to be a king. It's not allowed in Nigeria. That's not how our we operate in kingship and Oba, all of that. They don't operate like this. So this man, I don't know what he's doing, what came over him, but Nigeria generally, for we that have kingdoms, for we that have kings, that have Oba, this is not how we operate, and we don't allow. Like, I'm from Edo State. I cannot go to Yoruba land and say I want to have a kingdom. I will not be allowed. We don't
Are you
disrespect
from
each other.
Benin in Edo? Are
Eh?
you Benin?
I'm Edo State.
Are you
No, Edo State. I'm not
Benin?
Benin.
Are you
Edo.
Benin?
I'm not Benin. I'm Edo
Yeah,
State.
where Benin in Edo?
No. I'm from northeastern.
Eshan,
Isa,
Esako,
Uros,
Esha.
Esa,
Which one?
Esa, not Asian. Esa,
Auchi.
Esa.
Urumi. Okay.
So you can't just you can't
Esange,
try.
go ahead.
It's not
So
allowed.
Anambra is your sister because her mother is from
This man, Abby.
Her mother is from Urumi.
Abby,
Miss
you are
Zakula,
disturbing the woman's speech. Leave her alone.
You know Anambra. Her mother is from Urumi, so she's your sister.
What's happening to Abby?
No, it's nice sometimes. Yeah, like Miss Zane, what you were saying, I think is you are saying the truth, because being in kingdom, you have to be by blood, right?
Yes.
Yes, it's true. But all this being a kingdom, or me, I don't see it like it should be something like.
So, Miss Sakala, you've made your point. That's the exact way that it is done in Ghana. And that's why we have a problem with the Igbo man. There is nothing else. This man could have been a thief of the underworld. He could have been many things. but to stick his head out and claim kingdoms.
Kiki, sorry to interject, but
No
the
problem.
Igbos, they said they don't do like we do. They insult us for that. They don't. It's not us. It's in my place is by birthright, but their place is not by birthright. In my place, it is like my father will pass it to me. I will pass it to my son. It goes on and on and on from one family. But they Igbos, they said theirs is not like that. Theirs is not like that. It can come from anybody that it's theirs is political. They choose who they want to choose. That is what they said. They said they choose who they want to choose. And they said they don't have kings. They are not like us that use the word kingship, that they don't do like us. I don't understand, but they said there is a way they do their own, that they are not like the rest of us in Nigeria. So even we Nigerians, we don't know how they do their own.
Okay. Abdullah, you have been here for a while. Do you want to speak?
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, but let me listen for a while.
Then
before
I'll
I
have to
speak.
take you down. Everybody's listening in the comment section. You come up if you have something to say, or somebody said something that made you feel the need to make an expression. Otherwise, there are people always wanting to come up, and then there's no space. Do you understand?
Then let me ask my question then.
Okay, ask your question.
Okay. Yeah, somebody was saying that the Yoruba people, he said there is a family in Ghana. There is also some people in Ghana who are also Yoruba people. So I want him to clarify, to make it clear for me to understand, because that's where I have a problem. That's who said that. I think Ibiri, the name is Ibe. Ibe or something.
Abubakar, we are not getting your question clear. Let come clear so that we the Ghanaian can help you with the answer, not Abe. Me and Kiki can help you. Go back and explain.
He was saying that the Yoruba people, some are also in Ghana here, who are also Ghanaians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I want to, because when he said that, I thought maybe somebody will say no, but you all kept quiet. Is it true?
Yeah, for reason.
Yes. Yoruba people have been in Ghana for over, I don't know. It's more.
First, ask him from where he is before.
Where are you from, please?
Okwawu Mpraiso.
What? You are Ghanaian?
Ghanaian, yeah.
And you don't know that Yorubas have been in Ghana for over 200 or 400 years?
Yes.
No.
Hey.
You don't know Hausa. You don't know the Hausa.
Then you are not a Ghanaian.
Then you're not a Ghanaian.
The houses.
This is an imposter.
Okay.
I know. That is why I'm asking for his nationality. I know. That is why I'm asking him.
We need to be careful.
I didn't know that the Hausa people are the Yorubas.
On here.
No.
These Igbos.
Listen to what he just said. He said he didn't know that the Hausa people are the Hausa people are Hausa people.
He's not Ghanaian. We need to be.
You are not Ghanaian, please.
No, he isn't.
It's not.
And once they come on here and they start asking, good morning, everyone.
You don't know the history of Ghana,
Madam Kiki. We need to be very careful.
Well, how to call it?
Mute your mic, you Igbo. You this Igbo. Mute your mic. Mute.
How to call it?
Not standing for your nonsense anymore. Mute your mic.
Listen.
And look. I'm coming here. Yoruba, please just give me a minute.
Yeah.
The name that he's even using.
It's a northern. He's using a northern name, and he's saying
he's using a northern name.
Listen, Yoruba. Let me explain to you.
Yoruba, please give us a time.
Sakina, wait. He's calling himself Abdullah. Now, Abdullah is a northern name, and he's asking us whether the northerners are from Yoruba. How can you say that?
Madam Kiki, that's why I'm coming up here to answer. This is an Igbo man. Look, they're taking on all sorts of forms. The accent is forced, you can tell. And once they start coming on here and start asking about Yorubas, just drop them. Because they're coming here, to gaslight, and they're coming on here false impersonation. This is not a northerner. This is an Igbo man. Igbo.
So,
Yeah.
so you think that there is no woman who has an Islam
Mute your mic and shut your mouth.
then-
Mute your mic. Mute your mic. If possible, please drop this nincompoop here. Drop it.
Wait, Yoruba greatness. Wait, let me. Abdullah, if you are a
Yes,
Ghanaian,
madam.
if you are a Ghanaian, you will know our Ghanaian history. We don't hide our history. And everybody knows where everybody comes from. If you come from Impriso, for God's sake, you should know a lot about the Yorubas because they helped us in the war. My friend, in our 100-year war, they were there. Please get off this platform because this is not good for you. This is not good for you at all. Take yourself off or I'll take you off because I'm very shocked. I'm very shocked.
Look,
Yeah,
the idea is to come on here, cause disharmony between the Ghanaians and the Yorubas. That's the main goal. Once they come on here and they start asking about Yoruba, that is an Igbo man. Igbo.
Yeah.
And these
For me,
people have now
this
become
Ghanaian history.
mute your mic,
this
my
year-
friend, or come off
Hello?
this platform. Come on, don't be stupid. You
Yoruba
don't.
Great, please, I'm coming. Let me ask him something. The name that he's even using, that is Abubakar from Peru, disqualified. No, I'm not saying, no, I'm coming, please, I'm coming. I'm the one who even identify him first. Started asking him to introduce himself because of the name. Before he telling us it's from Peru. I'm not denying maybe in Peru we can have Muslims and Northerners, but I believe this guy is not a decent, he's just an imposter. Be proud of your identity. As we are here, we are proud to be Ghanaian, Yoruba, and everything. Be proud. Don't hide under an umbrella of some identity and causing trouble and criminalism. This is how you people acquire some passports.
All that one that you're saying is campaign after election. That you're saying to him is campaign after. These are animals. These ones, animals, goats and cows. He's come on here. The minute they start inquiring about Yorubas in Ghana, drop the sorry ass off your platform. Drop his sorry ass.
Kike, you said when you told him to give his submission, he said he's here for a while. And I started suspecting him.
Good. They think that they are too clever.
You think that the minute he starts speaking about Yoruba, drop the sorry ass.
They always think that they are clever.
Look, Ghanaians are clever, eh? Clever.
Drop him.
Hello guys. See, somebody is talking about one person impersonating Hausa or Northern or something. But you see, the Ghanaian lady that spoke, yeah, you said we Ghanaians, yeah, where we know that Yorubas helped us to fight a war, yeah. You did not call we Ashantis. You did not call the other tribes in Ghana, but you are choosing to call Yoruba instead of Nigeria. Yeah, so all of you are part of the problem. All of you are part of the problem. You want to disunite Nigeria, yeah?
No.
You want to disunite Nigeria and
no, Kewi. The point is when the Yorubas came to Ghana and when they joined us in the war, Nigeria had not been created yet.
Yoruba, Hausa, they were living in Ghana for so many years, long, but there's no problem like this.
And we never had a problem. If something was happening, they would join in.
I was
And we
surprised.
all deal with our
But
problem.
you people
Therefore,
were still the one that drove Nigerians out. Were the Yorubas not there then? Were the
No, it's
Hausas
not
not there
only
then?
Yoruba.
When you
Look, incidents like this were insecurity like
okay,
this were happening in Ghana. That is why that time insecurities. Because
listen,
not only Nigerians that were being drove, there are a lot.
listen. There is
Even
no Yoruba man who says this small Ghana, little Ghana, I will buy Ghana. Igbos,
and they were there for a long time, but they don't talk anything like that.
they never did anything against us. We did everything together. We ate together. We fought together. We cried together. We
I
do
was
everything. And we have done it for hundreds of years.
eh?
Igbos, you only just arrived in Ghana and we are about to kill ourselves. We are
I
about to tear our hair out. We are wanting to pull our eyes out. You are hurting us. And you are coming on here to come and say I mentioned these Yorubas we know. They said they were Yorubas.
See, when
the people came
how
before
can
you had the name Nigeria. You
see
didn't
when you
have
are
a
calling
name.
yourself Ghanaians and you are calling other people by their tribe, is
Yeah,
very,
because
very
we
wrong.
Ghanaians, we don't
Listen,
dwell on
it's very,
tribe.
very wrong. You understand?
No,
Because
it is
there's
your
already
own
this
man.
unity in
Look,
Nigeria, and you guys are the ones now fueling it. You are fueling it. You are saying
How can
Yorubas.
we fuel it? We want it to go
You're
back
saying
to
Yorubas.
Nigeria.
This one,
Kike,
empty
Kike,
people,
will
not
you give me the
Nigerians.
opportunity to speak?
Did they
Kike,
tell you that there's Yoruba without Nigeria?
Kike,
Yeah?
when are you?
Yeah,
It's very
My brother, Mpacho, bruh, please mute yourself. I want to tell you something.
He's muted.
oh it's that man. I live in Nigeria.
No, I'm coming. Your own brother came here and he drove Yoruba into our conversation, asking us, why are we having Yoruba and Hausa in Ghana? And he claiming to be a Ghanaian, being lost by a memory, or has never been to classroom to read what the history about Ghana is. We the Ghanaian, they did not hide our history from us. Like they did to you, they forbid you from reading history. We have been given the access to read the history. So it is your own man who came and started making tribalism, saying that he's building a kingdom only for the Igbos, not for Nigerians. So if you have anybody to hold responsible, go and hold that your so-called scammer who gave the rest of you the wings to be claiming to be in Sima. Oh, sorry, I'm even hiding in Spanish. On top of it, he said he's a Biafra, he's an IPOP. So are we holding we Ghanaian responsible for calling a group of people's name? No,
Kiki,
go and hold him responsible.
Kiki,
Our people,
can I come
they
in?
respect
Wait,
the Lord too
Go
much.
and hold him.
no,
I
wait,
want to talk
Respect
about the
our
history.
visitors. Go and
Ghanaians,
hold him.
we
Wait.
Ghanaians, we respect the Lord too much.
No,
I
wait. Oh,
I
there was
live in Nigeria. I live in Nigeria for 11 good years. By the time they say Ghana must go, if you know Ijora 7-Up, if you see what Nigerians do to we, Ijora 7-Up, that is where we used to go and eat every Saturday and Sunday. Ghanaians put plywood on top of the water, make small kiosks. That is where we buy Ghana food always. These people go and put fire in the night, burn the whole place. I live in Nigeria for 11 good years. I'm from Volta region. I live in Nigeria for 11 good years. I was in primary school when Bush had draft Nigerians by that time. Civilians, they don't take part. Only the work is only for police. But when Nigerians said they should go, what they did to we Ghanaians.
So now that you are talking about what they did to Ghanaians,
why did
you not mention what we tried?
Come here and try.
But when you want to refer to some certain things that are happening in Ghana right now, you are referring to just one tribe.
What is happening to Ghana? We
hold on.
The history.
Don't come here and try to Nigeria did certain things.
The history. I want to
not a particular tribe.
But
now you are claiming that one particular tribe helped Ghana. One particular tribe is destroying Ghana. Yeah. So you people are blameless. You people don't commit crime. You are saying that Ghanaians are law-abiding people. But we hear the news, we watch the news and see laws that Ghanaians are breaking every time. Yeah, you want to cause more division. Yeah, more division. We're already battling with division in Nigeria. Yes. Yeah, people are claiming their tribe, this, that. We're already battling with that. We do not expect that another country would come and still fuel such division amongst us. Like, you guys are just
Oh,
trying to fuel
Sakina,
the
Chale,
division. You are trying to fuel it. Yes, there was somebody that said, he's building a community for Igbos in
Did
diaspora.
Ghanaians do that?
Everybody have
Did Ghanaians do something like that in Nigeria?
Eric,
Yeah.
take it easy. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Everybody,
because
everybody.
No,
Listen.
The way he is talking it.
No, let him talk. Listen. The day is not going to run away. Let him finish his speech. He will finish, and then we
Okay.
can all speak.
Okay.
Kewe, carry on with your
Yes, thank you.
division.
So everybody, yeah, if you go to different places, yeah, everybody have their community. If you go to if you're a traveler, yeah, you see maybe Spanish community, Chinese village, you see Indian community, you see everybody have their community in foreign lands. Do you understand? The fact that the guy said, okay, I want to build this place in order for my Igbo people to come and associate with us. Do you understand? Does not stop the mean that he wants to take over or one thing. If you go to even in Nigeria, yeah, you still see maybe in the south, you see Hausa village, Hausa settlement, where many Hausas are staying. This is not a new thing. In Nigeria, yeah, there's a place in Nigeria today in Sapele that they call Ghana. Why?
It's
Why
a
do
lie.
they call that place Ghana? It's because Ghana settlers will mush there. Do you understand? Did Nigeria say, okay, this place Ghana want to take over Nigeria or something? It's common tradition. Like it's something that people do when you are in a foreign land. Do you understand? Maybe they misinterpreted him. Wait, now listen now. Maybe they misinterpreted him, or
No,
maybe
ya parlare con quelle tutte.
listen. Maybe he said
You
some
will be
things.
on their platform and they will allow you like this.
Maybe he said some things, yeah, that
Nigeria parlare
provoke
adesso.
people. Do you understand? And trust me,
No, che
people
una
are
Nigeria
already
parlare
feeling
adesso.
already.
Hey.
It is not just this anger is not just for against maybe what the man said. There was already inbred anger against the country before this thing happened. That's why people are flaring up like this.
Okay, what you think is enough to stop before they fool here?
Bambino va a scuola, l'altra giorno, tre nigeriani, loro prende Tazi, quella guidare Tazi, mio paesano, ha detto noi vai Togo,
He's
aiutare
not
per
there
Tazi.
anymore.
Quanto lui,
Eric.
ok, pagare.
Eric.
Hey.
Eric.
Sister.
Can you mute yourself? You're talking to someone. We can hear the background. It's too noisy. One of the things about this platform is that we have to try and have order. People speak, it is true, but not over each other. Now, Sakina, you want to say something?
Look, what I'm saying, Nemi can say, Mami Katri and Sanama continue.
Okay.
Wow, Oko says, Juma, no, I'm a few, come ba. Then I may start gaslighting.
Yeah.
Nimoko, yeah, now, come a fair recording. Ona. All the gaslighting that they are going to gaslight, no more recording. It's not wow. And to said Omu call some level no because one Casamino with him say more than 2 minutes. They are expressing even in a polite manner, they don't even allow us. Intellectually, they are not allowing us. No matter how we try to be intellectually polite to them, they don't allow us to even. That is why we the Ghanaians are not even going to their platform. You see the reason. So when you give him the hospitality and you saw that he's going far, please, we should put stop to them so that we can have a peace. This platform is not a battlefield. This platform is supposed to be a geopolitical platform that unites all Africans together. But yeah, the cost of all this that we are talking about these issues here. Because TM platform is one of the noble platform, African noble platform on this app. That people came all walk of life to share ideas. But what happened? Even when
Okay.
TM was going supporting them doing South African problem, they were okay with him. When it was the turn of TM for them to have sympathy because he's a Ghanaian, what did they say? They say he's a tribalistic man. So when they are on this page, they have to have a limit. So when they go back to their platform, they can say all the shit they have.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you, my sister. Sorry,
Cody,
madam.
you want to speak? What do you want to say?
I want to speak about the history the guy just said that there are Yorubas living in Ghana and some are living in Brazil and all that. But in our history, what we learned was that he said that the people who live in Ghana are the Yoruba people. They are not Yoruba now, but the history tells us that the people who came to live in Ghanland came from a village in Nigeria that is called Ile-Ife. Yeah? Ile-Ife, that is where the Ghan people came from. And on our history, he said, I saw them coming like Nkrani.
Can I ask you what are you are from Ghana?
Yeah, I'm a Ghanaian.
And
We're Ghanaian.
now Woofy.
Me free a bron.
I mean, Pesa, what can you because Omobe use and no, and you know, it's not a necessary say Yabema Omunina history lesson. Na and Cranfano Omo Bano, Ilefia Omo Fire no, Omo Fi ho because of hardship in problems. That's not really, but let's move away from that. What's your
The American say so isa Yoruba for no typical Yoruba for no buzi apamo no. They were that was different issue altogether.
Yes.
Because na the same thing na omo pamo ye free was ya ji omo nyuma no. The same thing and almost so yeah, because over shop bia yes a latter store we they conquered everything in Ghana and in Tina and after they were normal as starting involve almost in politics and buzia pamo what I say and sa Igbo people no baby omubeko bia no the problem koho ko South Africa ye pamo ko Kenya ye pamo I don't know what is wrong with them. Because when they say kingdom no, it is a blood. Nanum na akun and blood atoho. Omo akwaji asase. And you know be create kingdom now uni asase. How do you create that kingdom? Uni people are omo ekun tokwa ekun satama ekun na sa akwa we owo hin. Fighting for our land no. Abrofo buy omo beji asase a ye kuntokwa no now sa Igbo king over him. You can call yourself a chief but not a king. A kingdom no is ownership. So what I say, you mean ka say we a king or Ghana abra we subjects, we history. What I say, and ye so nsem so Ghana for no ye tembia no ye ji ahoho nti obi aba otimi ye de ope na no mu yi documentary Ghana for wo Nigeria no omo tidua bia se ye mo mo kwan basket kro omo nwene no they don't have right to sell it to their customers. There is intermediary no ji ade no because they don't want them to be rich no akoton ansa no abro omo share. Look at this kind of thing. It's happening in African soil. Now, a Ghana law say a new was a foreigner be a shop. And so your mamma quine mamu be a shop. Mono, ye port hono, ye the near me bass, he call Moji and the near maybe why intimate farmer. Nigeria, or the homo form honoa. Car did 10 years a crowd to meet the corner crumo. Okoyi or wa, no to tune spare pass, nor they are far from nor they are bagana. This is how they make their money. And or bagana or no baby a spare pass. ne de na efotwen Ghana ni no a no kofa wa abrochire de bae no because tax ya de ato no so na yesi ECOWAS no de na benefit wo Nigeria for what I say and you know we have to be very careful. It's say yeah abrochire ha yentimi fa ka akura magana because cars UK ha cars but ukoto car be 4,000 wo de ko Ghana obetua be 5,000 pounds na afi yete woni yenya sika mo se yenya sika obi a stop so odi bibi ba Ghana because uduru hwa ye be say wo holiday the way on be gine wo port ho no ubenu hu se wo de ade ko Ghana and so Nigeria for no ka nya 15 years kro mutimi de ko mu krom me ka ba ko ha me ton no ka 2014